Ever walked away from a conversation thinking, I should have said something better? The audiobook, Small Talk God, How to Stop Being Boring in Conversation, reveals the 9 essential skills that transform awkward exchanges into magnetic connections. Master these techniques and watch as people are drawn to you, remember you, and seek you out. Miss these insights and risk remaining forgettable in a world where meaningful connection is your greatest social currency. Chapter 1. Questions. Have you ever watched someone command a room with nothing but conversation? They seem to possess some magical ability to draw others in, making everyone feel engaged and important. Meanwhile, you're stuck in the corner, cycling through the same tired small talk about the weather and struggling to keep a dialogue going for more than 2 minutes. The difference isn't magic. It's mastery of a fundamental skill that transforms boring exchanges into captivating conversations. Asking the right questions. I discovered this truth the hard way. At a networking event several years ago, I found myself face-to-face with someone I desperately wanted to impress. After introducing myself, I launched into what I thought was the perfect opener. So, do you like your job? Yes, they replied. Silence followed. My mind raced for a follow-up, but I'd backed myself into a conversational corner. With that single-word answer, the exchange flatlined before it ever had a chance to develop. I smiled awkwardly. They glanced around the room, and within moments, they politely excused themselves to grab a drink. That painful moment taught me something crucial. Not all questions are created equal. Some questions open doors to engaging discussions, while others slam them shut. The difference between being forgettable and fascinating often comes down to this simple distinction. The truth is, most of us have never been taught how to ask good questions. We default to the easiest, most obvious inquiries. How are you? How's work? Nice weather, isn't it? These questions require minimal thought from us, and they inspire minimal thought from others. They're conversation killers, masquerading as conversation starters. But what if you could transform every interaction by changing just one element of how you communicate? What if the secret to never being boring again was as simple as rewiring how you formulate questions? That's exactly what you're about to learn. Before we go on, I invite you to download the free executive summary of this book, which contains the key ideas and takeaways of each chapter. Studies show that engaging with content in multiple formats significantly enhances learning and retention. Click the first link in the description to claim your free executive summary and maximize your learning potential. It's free for now, but it won't be forever, so make sure to grab it while you can. The power of open-ended questions. Think about the last truly engaging conversation you had. Chances are it wasn't built on yes or no exchanges. It likely involved stories, opinions, and insights, all of which emerge when we ask open-ended questions. Open-ended questions are those that can't be answered with a simple yes, no, or other one-word response. They require elaboration and thought. They invite the other person to share something meaningful rather than just confirming or denying a fact. Compare these two approaches. Did you have a good weekend? What did you do this weekend that you enjoyed? The first question can be answered with yes or no, potentially killing the conversation immediately. The second question invites a story. It assumes they did something enjoyable and asks them to share it. Even if they had a terrible weekend, they'll likely explain why, giving you multiple threads to follow up on. Open-ended questions signal genuine interest. When you ask, "What's the story behind that tattoo?" instead of, "Is that a new tattoo?" you're communicating that you actually care about the answer. You're not just making noise to fill silence. You're expressing curiosity about the other person's experiences and perspectives. This distinction matters because humans fundamentally want to be seen and heard. When someone asks us a question that invites us to share something meaningful, we feel valued. Our brain's reward centers activate when we talk about ourselves, especially when we feel the listener is genuinely interested. By asking open-ended questions, you're essentially saying, "I see you as a person with interesting thoughts and experiences, and I want to know more. The psychological impact is powerful. People leave conversations feeling good about the interaction, and by extension, good about you when they've had the chance to express themselves. They'll remember you as someone who made them feel interesting and important, not as someone who was boring or self-absorbed. Before we continue, make sure to subscribe to Grow to the Top and activate notifications to receive more self-improvement tips that will supercharge your growth. And make sure to give this video a thumbs up and share it with your friends. It really helps the channel grow. Thank you for your support. Action-oriented inquiry. Beyond simply being open-ended, the most effective questions focus on actions and experiences rather than abstract states or facts. These are what I call action-oriented questions. Consider the difference. How's your job going? What projects are you working on right now that excite you? The first question often leads to generic responses like, "It's fine," or "busy as usual." The second question assumes there's something exciting happening and invites the person to share concrete details about their work life. Action-oriented questions work because they tap into the natural human tendency to think in terms of stories rather than statistics. We're wired to process information narratively. When you ask about experiences, "How did you celebrate your birthday?" rather than facts, "Did you have a birthday recently?" you're inviting storytelling. These questions also help people avoid the trap of generic responses. Many of us have been conditioned to answer questions like, "How are you?" with automatic pleasantries rather than honest reflection. But when asked, "What's been keeping you busy lately?" we're forced to think specifically about our lives and share something authentic. Action-oriented questions are particularly effective for getting beyond superficial exchanges because they 1. Focus on specifics rather than generalities. 2. Invite personal stories and anecdotes. 3. Reveal values and priorities through choices and actions. 4. Create natural opportunities for follow-up questions. For example, asking, "What made you decide to move to this city?" will likely reveal much more about a person than, "Do you like living here?" The former might uncover their career aspirations, family connections, or life philosophy, while the latter might just get you a thumbs up. Even in casual settings, action-oriented questions elevate the conversation. Instead of, "Did you see that new movie?" try, "What did you think about the ending of that new movie?" The first question checks a fact. The second invites an opinion and analysis. Digging deeper with follow-ups. The true art of questioning doesn't end with your initial inquiry. The magic often happens in the follow-up questions, the ones you ask after receiving an answer. These demonstrate that you're not just going through the motions, but actively listening and engaging with what the other person shares. Imagine someone tells you they recently started rock climbing. A basic response might be, "That's cool," before changing the subject. But a skilled conversationalist would use this as an opportunity to dig deeper with follow-up questions. What inspired you to try rock climbing? What's been the most challenging part of learning so far? How does it compare to other activities you've tried? Each of these questions builds on the information they've shared, showing that you're paying attention and genuinely interested in understanding their experience. Follow-up questions create a positive feedback loop in conversation. When people feel their responses are being heard and valued, they become more engaged and forthcoming. This leads to richer exchanges where both parties feel connected and understood. The key to effective follow-ups is active listening. Instead of planning what you'll say next while the other person is talking, focus fully on their words. Listen for emotional cues. You sound really passionate about that. Unusual details that might have stories behind them. Values or motivations that drive their choices. Areas where they seem to have more to say. When you identify these elements, your follow-up questions will naturally lead to deeper, more meaningful conversation. Research from Harvard University confirms the power of this approach. Their studies found that people who ask more questions, particularly follow-up questions, are better liked by their conversation partners. The researchers noted that follow-up questions in particular signal responsiveness and care, making the other person feel heard and respected. Avoiding the interrogation trap. While questions are powerful tools for engagement, there's an important balance to strike. Ask too many questions in rapid succession without sharing anything of yourself, and the conversation can start to feel like an interrogation rather than an exchange. The interrogation trap happens when you fire off question after question without pausing for reflection. You don't share your own thoughts or experiences in response. Your questions feel mechanical rather than naturally curious. The other person begins to feel studied rather than engaged with. To avoid this, practice the art of conversational give and take. After asking a question and receiving a response, offer a brief related comment or story of your own before moving to your next question. This creates a rhythm of sharing rather than a one-sided interview. For example, if you ask someone about their recent vacation and they tell you about their trip to Japan, you might respond with, "That sounds amazing. I've always been fascinated by Japanese architecture. What was your favorite building or temple that you visited?" This brief personal disclosure does three important things. 1. It validates their response and shows you were listening. 2. It gives them insight into your interests and personality. 3. It creates a natural bridge to your next question. The goal is conversation, not interrogation. Questions should feel like stepping stones across a river, with each one leading naturally to the next exchange, rather than a spotlight being shined in someone's face. Remember that vulnerability begets vulnerability. If you want others to open up to you, you need to be willing to share parts of yourself as well. This doesn't mean dominating the conversation with your own stories, but rather offering enough of yourself that the other person feels they're in a balanced exchange. Before moving to the next section, elevate your conversational skills with our complete Small Talk God bundle. Get the ebook, ad-free MP3 audiobook, executive summary with key takeaways, and comprehensive FAQ reference guide. Master concepts faster, apply techniques more effectively, and navigate social situations with confidence. Your purchase also supports our mission to release more free audiobooks. Click the link in the pinned comment to grab your bundle now. Mixing what and why. Different types of questions access different types of information and thinking. What questions tend to elicit facts, descriptions, and narratives, while why questions probe motivations, values, and emotions. A skilled conversationalist knows how to blend these approaches to create depth and dimension. What questions are excellent starting points? What drew you to your current field of work? What's your favorite part of living in this neighborhood? What do you enjoy doing when you have free time? These questions establish concrete details and experiences that form the foundation of understanding someone. They're generally comfortable to answer because they ask for information rather than immediate introspection. Why questions, when used thoughtfully, can then take the conversation deeper. Why did that particular aspect appeal to you? Why do you think you're drawn to those kinds of activities? Why has that remained important to you over time? The key is sequencing. Starting with what before moving to why creates a natural progression from external facts to internal meanings. This approach respects the other person's boundaries by establishing comfort with sharing information before inviting them to share motivations and feelings. For example, you might begin by asking, "What kind of music do you listen to most often?" After they respond, you could follow up with, "Why do you think that genre resonates with you so much?" The first question establishes a fact, the second explores its significance. This blended approach creates conversations with both breadth and depth. You learn not just what people do, but why they do it. Not just what they think, but how they came to think that way. However, timing matters. Why questions require more vulnerability and reflection, so they work best when some rapport has already been established. Used too early or too aggressively, they can make people feel defensive or put on the spot. When in doubt, start with what and let the conversation naturally progress toward why as comfort and connection build. The art of conversational questions. Beyond the open-ended, closed distinction, there are several qualities that make certain questions particularly effective at sparking engaging conversations. 1. Unexpected questions break people out of autopilot responses. Instead of, "How was your weekend?" try, "What was the highlight of your weekend?" The slight reframing forces genuine reflection rather than a canned response. 2. Positive assumption questions presuppose something interesting to discuss. "What's the most interesting book you've read lately?" assumes they read and have found something worthwhile, inviting them to share that rather than simply confirming whether they read at all. 3. Either-or questions offer a creative middle ground between open and closed formats. "Are you more of a mountains person or a beach person?" is technically a choice question, but it almost always leads to explanations, stories, and further discussion. 4. Hypothetical questions invite playfulness and reveal values without being too personal. "If you could have dinner with anyone, living or dead, who would you choose?" encourages imaginative thinking while revealing intellectual interests. Observational questions show attentiveness to the present moment. "I noticed you have a camera with you. Are you a photographer?" demonstrates that you're paying attention and provides a natural entry point to conversation based on something immediately relevant. The most powerful questions often combine these qualities. They're unexpected yet comfortable, specific yet open to interpretation, personal yet not invasive. They invite the other person to share something meaningful without feeling put on the spot. Practice makes perfect. Like any skill, asking great questions improves with deliberate practice. Here are 3 exercises to help you develop this ability. Question brainstorm. Take a sheet of paper and write down common closed questions you tend to ask or hear in conversation. Next to each one, transform it into an open-ended, action-oriented alternative. For example, "Did you have a good day?" becomes, "What was the most interesting part of your day?" "Do you like your job?" becomes, "What aspects of your work do you find most fulfilling?" "Have you been to that restaurant?" becomes, "What's your favorite dish there?" or "What would you recommend?" This exercise trains your brain to automatically reformulate closed questions into open ones, eventually making it second nature. Follow-up drill. In your next few conversations, challenge yourself to ask at least 2 follow-up questions for every initial question. This forces you to listen actively rather than just waiting for your turn to speak. Notice how much more information emerges when you dig deeper rather than moving quickly from topic to topic. Create a collection of open-ended question prompts covering various areas of life: work, hobbies, travel, childhood memories, future aspirations, etc. Each day, randomly select one and use it in conversation. This expands your repertoire beyond your usual questions and helps you become comfortable initiating discussions on diverse topics. The goal isn't to memorize a list of perfect questions, but to develop the ability to formulate engaging questions spontaneously in any context. With practice, you'll find yourself naturally asking questions that invite stories, opinions, and meaningful exchanges. The transformative power of questions. Mastering the art of questioning does more than just make you a better conversationalist. It transforms how you connect with others on a fundamental level. When you ask thoughtful, open-ended questions, you 1. Signal respect for the other person's experiences and perspectives. 2. Create space for authentic self-expression. 3. Build bridges between different viewpoints and backgrounds. 4. Discover common ground that might otherwise remain hidden. 5. Learn continuously from others' unique knowledge and insights. Perhaps most importantly, good questions shift the focus from performance to curiosity. Many people find social interactions stressful because they feel pressure to be interesting or impressive. When you approach conversations with genuine curiosity, that pressure dissolves. You don't need to have fascinating stories or clever remarks prepared. You simply need to be interested in the person before you. This mindset shift is liberating. Instead of worrying about what to say next or how you're being perceived, you can focus on discovering what makes the other person tick. This not only makes you more present and engaged, but also paradoxically makes you more interesting to others. People are drawn to those who show authentic interest in them. The beauty of this approach is that it works in virtually any context, from first dates to job interviews, family gatherings to business networking. The ability to ask thoughtful questions and listen attentively to the answers is universally valued. As you continue developing this skill, you'll notice conversations becoming richer and more rewarding. You'll connect more deeply with both new acquaintances and old friends. You'll learn things about people that most never discover, and you'll never again find yourself stuck in boring, superficial small talk. But questions are just the beginning of your journey to becoming a small talk god. While they provide the foundation for engaging conversations, truly captivating communicators combine this skill with acute powers of observation. Have you ever met someone who seemed to notice everything? Someone who could pick up on the smallest details about you or your surroundings and transform them into fascinating conversation. That rare ability to truly see what others miss is what separates good conversationalists from great ones. In the next chapter, we'll explore how developing your observational skills can provide an endless supply of conversation material, making you someone who never runs out of interesting things to discuss. You'll discover how to train your attention to notice the small but significant details that others overlook, and how to transform those observations into connections that feel almost magical to the people you meet. The questions you ask open doors. What you observe when those doors open will determine how far the conversation can go. Chapter 2: Observation. The woman stood alone at the edge of the crowded networking event, scanning faces and wondering who to approach. She'd been dreading this moment all day. The awkward small talk, the struggle to find something interesting to say, the inevitable uncomfortable silences. Then she spotted him, a man confidently moving through the room, engaging effortlessly with everyone he met. What struck her wasn't just his ease, but how quickly he connected with each person. Within moments of meeting someone new, they'd be nodding enthusiastically, laughing, or leaning in to share something. No awkward pauses, no forced smiles, just genuine connection. Later, she worked up the courage to ask his secret. "I don't prepare clever lines," he told her with a smile. "I just pay attention." This simple answer holds the key to one of the most powerful conversation skills you'll ever develop. A skill that will ensure you never run out of things to say, never struggle to start a conversation, and never be perceived as boring again. Most people walk through life in a fog of self-preoccupation. They're so focused on what they'll say next, how they're being perceived, or the dozens of distractions competing for their attention that they miss the countless conversation opportunities right in front of them. They fail to notice the details that could spark connection, the subtle cues that could guide their responses, the environmental elements that could provide endless material for engaging discussion. But what if you could cut through that fog? What if you could train yourself to truly see what others miss? What if the secret to captivating conversation isn't about having the right words prepared, but about having the right awareness in the moment? That's what this chapter is about, developing the lost art of observation and using it to transform your conversations from mundane to memorable. The invisible world around us. Take a moment right now and look up from this book. Really look at your surroundings. What do you notice that you hadn't paid attention to before? Perhaps there's a pattern in the ceiling you've never registered. Maybe there's a photograph or artwork with details you've overlooked. There might be subtle sounds in the background that had faded into white noise until you consciously tuned in. This simple exercise reveals an uncomfortable truth. We miss most of what's happening around us. Our brains, designed to filter the overwhelming amount of sensory information bombarding us every second, automatically tune out what seems unimportant. This filtering mechanism helped our ancestors survive, focusing on the rustling bush that might contain a predator rather than the beautiful pattern of leaves above. But in modern social contexts, this same filtering can become a liability. When we're so focused on ourselves, our anxieties, our next line, our impression management, we filter out the very details that could make our conversations come alive. The first step toward becoming an observational conversationalist is recognizing just how much there is to observe. Every person, every environment, every interaction is rich with potential material if you train yourself to notice it. Consider the last conversation you had with someone new. How much do you remember about them? Could you describe what they were wearing? Did you notice any unique accessories or items they carried? What about their demeanor? Did their eyes light up when discussing certain topics? Did their posture shift during the conversation? If you're like most people, you probably remember the broad strokes, but missed countless details that could have deepened your connection and provided natural pathways for engaging discussion. This isn't about becoming creepily observant or studying people like specimens. It's about being present enough to notice the details that matter, the ones that reveal interests, passions, and openings for genuine connection. The secret weapon of social butterflies. Have you ever wondered how some people always seem to know exactly what to say? They never struggle with awkward silences or forced topics. Conversation just flows naturally for them, as if they have some innate gift for communication. What many don't realize is that these social butterflies aren't necessarily more clever or charismatic by nature. Often, they're simply more observant. They've developed, sometimes unconsciously, the habit of noticing details that others miss and using those observations as conversational fuel. I once watched a master of this technique at work during a conference. While others were asking the standard, "What do you do?" and "Where are you from?" questions, this person took a different approach. He spotted a unique watch on someone's wrist and asked about the story behind it. He noticed another attendee's unusual laptop sticker and used it to start a conversation about their interests. He commented on the architecture of the venue to someone who seemed to be admiring it as well. Each time, the result was the same: an immediate spark of engagement, a genuine smile, and a conversation that quickly moved beyond superficial small talk to something more meaningful. He wasn't using prepared lines or forcing topics. He was simply responding to what was already there, hiding in plain sight for anyone observant enough to notice. This approach has several powerful advantages. First, it's effortless. Instead of racking your brain for something interesting to say, you're drawing directly from your environment and the person in front of you. The material is already there, you just need to notice it. Second, it's personalized. Unlike generic small talk, observations are specific to the moment and the individual. This makes the other person feel seen in a way that standard questions don't. Third, it's natural. There's nothing forced about commenting on something you've genuinely noticed. It creates an organic opening for conversation that doesn't feel scripted or awkward. But what exactly should you be observing? Let's break it down. The art of noticing personal details. The most immediate and often most effective observations involve the person you're speaking with. Everyone carries visual clues about their interests, experiences, and personality, if you know how to spot them. These aren't just superficial details. The items people choose to wear or carry often reflect what matters to them. The band t-shirt might represent not just musical taste, but a formative concert experience. The unusual ring might be a family heirloom with a story behind it. The book they're carrying might reveal intellectual interests they're passionate about discussing. The key is to notice these details with genuine curiosity rather than judgment. You're not cataloging information to make assumptions. You're identifying potential conversation bridges. For example, You might notice someone wearing a unique piece of jewelry. Instead of just thinking, that's an interesting necklace and moving on, you could comment, that pendant is really distinctive. Is there a story behind it? This simple observation often unlocks a personal narrative they're happy to share, whether it's about travels abroad, a meaningful gift, or an artistic interest. Similarly, if someone has a phone case featuring a particular design, team logo, or character, it usually represents something they care about. A casual observation. I noticed your phone case. Are you a big fan of that series? Can lead to discussions about shared interests or introduce you to something new. Even subtle style choices can provide conversational inroads. A person with colorful socks peeking out from otherwise conservative attire might appreciate you noticing their small act of self-expression. Someone with a vintage-inspired look might light up if you recognize the era they're drawing from. The beauty of these observations is that they're low pressure. You're not putting someone on the spot with a direct personal question. You're simply noticing something they've already chosen to display publicly. This makes it easier for shy or private people to engage without feeling invaded. But there's an important distinction to make. Observing is not the same as making assumptions. You might notice someone's university sweatshirt, but rather than assuming their field of study or experience, you could say, I see you went to State University. What was your experience like there? This opens the door for them to share as much or as little as they're comfortable with. The goal isn't to be Sherlock Holmes, deducing everything about a person from their appearance. It's to notice the details they've chosen to present to the world and use those as gentle invitations to deeper conversation. Reading the environment. Beyond the person you're speaking with, your shared environment offers a wealth of conversational material. This approach is particularly valuable when you're just meeting someone and personal observations might feel too direct, or when you're in a group setting where individual observations could exclude others. Environmental observations create a shared experience. You're both witnessing the same setting, which provides natural common ground. These observations can range from the immediate physical space to the broader context of the gathering. The venue itself often provides rich material. At a house party, you might comment on an interesting piece of art or ask about the story behind an unusual item on display. In a cafe, you might note the music playing or the unique atmosphere. At a conference, the architecture or setup of the space could spark conversation. Even seemingly mundane environmental factors can become conversation starters when framed with curiosity. The weather, yes, even the weather, can move beyond cliché if you observe something specific. I love how the light changes everything when it rains like this. It makes the whole street look different. Events have their own environmental elements worth noting. The crowd's energy, the organization of the event, or connections to previous similar gatherings all provide material. This has such a different vibe from last year's conference. It feels more collaborative somehow, invites the other person to share their perspective on the same environment. What makes environmental observations powerful is that they're inherently non-threatening. You're not asking the other person to reveal anything personal. You're simply inviting them to share their perspective on something you're both experiencing. This creates an easy entry point to conversation that can naturally evolve into more personal topics as comfort builds. Environmental observations also demonstrate your presence and engagement. In an age where many people are mentally elsewhere, checking phones or thinking about their next meeting, showing that you're fully present and noticing your surroundings sets you apart immediately. The next time you enter a social situation and feel conversation anxiety building, try this. Instead of focusing inward on what you'll say, focus outward on what you can observe. Look for details in the environment that spark your curiosity or interest. Then, simply share that observation with someone nearby. You'll be amazed at how often this leads to engaging exchanges that flow naturally from that initial shared observation. Tuning into body language and mood. Perhaps the most subtle yet powerful form of observation involves reading the nonverbal cues people constantly broadcast. Body language, facial expressions, tone of voice, and energy levels communicate volumes about someone's interests, comfort level, and emotional state, information that can guide your conversational approach. When someone's eyes light up as they mention a particular topic, that's a clear signal to explore that area further. When they cross their arms and give shorter responses, it might indicate discomfort with the current subject. When they lean forward and maintain strong eye contact, they're likely engaged and interested in continuing the discussion. These signals help you navigate conversations with greater sensitivity and effectiveness. Instead of plowing ahead with topics that aren't landing well, or missing opportunities to dive deeper into areas of mutual interest, you can adjust your approach based on what you observe. For example, you might notice someone's energy shift when the conversation turns to a particular subject. Perhaps they become more animated when mentioning a recent project, or their smile becomes more genuine when talking about a hobby. These are invitations to ask follow-up questions. You seem really passionate about that. What drew you to it initially? Similarly, if you observe signs of discomfort or disinterest, glancing at their phone, looking around the room, giving minimal responses, you can gracefully pivot to a different topic or approach. This responsiveness makes the other person feel heard and respected, even if they haven't explicitly stated their feelings. Tuning into these nonverbal cues requires presence and attention. It means temporarily setting aside your own thoughts about what to say next and truly focusing on the person in front of you. This kind of attention is increasingly rare in our distracted world, which makes it all the more powerful when you offer it. The ability to read body language isn't about making definitive judgments based on single cues. It's about noticing patterns and shifts that give you information about how the conversation is landing. A single crossed arm doesn't necessarily indicate defensiveness. The person might simply be cold, but a cluster of closed-off signals probably means something. This observational skill develops with practice. The more you consciously tune into these nonverbal elements, the more naturally you'll begin to register and respond to them. Over time, this awareness becomes second nature, allowing you to navigate social interactions with a level of finesse that appears almost intuitive to others. From observation to conversation, noticing details is only half the equation. The real art lies in transforming those observations into conversational openings that feel natural and engaging. This is where many people stumble. They might notice something interesting, but struggle to convert that observation into a comment or question that advances the conversation. The bridge from observation to conversation involves framing what you've noticed in a way that invites response. This usually means expressing curiosity, offering a positive comment, or making a connection to something relatable. For instance, if you notice someone has a unique phone case featuring artwork from a particular artist, you might say, "That's a beautiful phone case. Is that a Gustav Klimt design? His use of gold is so distinctive." This observation does several things at once. It shows you noticed a detail about them, demonstrates some knowledge that might create common ground, and naturally invites them to respond, whether to confirm your observation or to share more about their interest in the artist. The key is to frame your observation in a way that's easy to respond to. Compare these two approaches. I noticed you have a camera with you. Observation without a clear invitation to respond. I noticed your camera. Are you a photographer? That looks like a serious piece of equipment. Observation with an invitation to elaborate. The second approach gives the other person a clear path to continue the conversation, while the first might just elicit a yes before stalling out. Your tone when sharing observations matters tremendously. The goal is to come across as genuinely curious or appreciative, not invasive or judgmental. A warm, "I couldn't help but notice your interesting earrings. They're really unique," feels very different from a clinical, "Those are unusual earrings. Why would you wear something like that?" It's also important to match the personal nature of your observation to the context and your relationship with the person. With someone you've just met, observations about their choices, clothing, accessories, items are safer than observations about them personally. As rapport builds, you can move toward more direct observations. You seem really energized when you talk about your work. It's clear you're passionate about it. Remember that the goal of these observational comments isn't just to show off your powers of perception, it's to create connection. The best observations are those that open doors to meaningful exchange, not those that simply demonstrate how observant you are. The power of positive framing. When converting observations to conversation, the emotional tone you choose can make or break the exchange. Positive or neutral observations almost always work better than negative ones, even if framed as curiosity. Compare. I noticed you keep checking your watch. Am I boring you? I noticed we've been talking for quite a while. I'm enjoying our conversation, but I want to be respectful of your time. Both acknowledge the same observation, but the second creates connection, while the first creates defensiveness. This doesn't mean you should only make flattering comments or avoid acknowledging challenges. It means finding constructive ways to frame what you observe. If someone seems tired or stressed, for instance, expressing empathy, these all-day conferences can be exhausting, can't they? Is more connecting than pointing out their state directly. You look really tired. Positive framing extends to environmental observations as well. Rather than complaining about a crowded venue, you might observe, "It's amazing how popular this event has become. I remember when it was half this size last year." This invites conversation about shared experiences rather than mutual complaints. The most skilled conversationalists use positive observations to make others feel good without resorting to empty flattery. Noticing and commenting on someone's contributions to a meeting, their thoughtful questions, or their helpful attitude creates a positive impression while establishing genuine connection. Avoiding assumptions and stereotypes. The shadow side of observation is assumption, believing we know more than we actually do based on limited information. This is where many people go wrong, jumping from observation to conclusion without verification. For example, noticing someone's accent might prompt curiosity about their background, but assuming you know where they're from based on that accent and making statements like, "Oh, you must be from Boston," can backfire if you're wrong and be annoying even if you're right. Instead, an open approach like, "I notice an accent. May I ask where you're from originally?" acknowledges your observation while leaving space for them to share their actual story. Similarly, making assumptions about someone's profession, relationship status, political views, or other personal characteristics based on appearance or limited information can lead to uncomfortable moments and missed connections. The observational conversationalist notices details but holds those observations lightly, using them as questions rather than conclusions. This is particularly important with potentially sensitive topics. While you might notice a wedding ring, pregnancy, religious symbol, or cultural dress, how and whether you comment on these observations requires social awareness and sensitivity. When in doubt, focus on observations that are clearly public and non-controversial. Someone's choice of book or interesting watch is usually safer territory than their religious symbols or cultural identity, at least initially. The goal is to use observation to open doors, not to put people in boxes. Each observation should be an invitation for the other person to share more about themselves on their own terms, not a pronouncement of what you think you know about them. Developing your observational muscle. Like any skill, observational ability improves with deliberate practice. The good news is that you can strengthen this muscle throughout your day, not just in social situations. Start by practicing heightened awareness in everyday settings. When you enter a room, take a moment to really look around and notice details you might normally miss. What's on the walls? How is the furniture arranged? What's the lighting like? What sounds do you hear in the background? This habit of conscious attention will serve you well when you're in conversational settings. Challenge yourself to notice new things about familiar environments and people. Even with friends or colleagues you see regularly, there are always new details to discover if you look with fresh eyes. Perhaps they've changed something subtle about their appearance, or they have a new item on their desk, or they use certain phrases you hadn't registered before. People watching, done respectfully, can be excellent practice. In public spaces, observe the details of how people present themselves, interact, and move through the world. What stories might these details tell? What conversations could they spark? This isn't about judging or invading privacy. It's about developing your attention to the kinds of details that create connection. Another powerful practice is to engage your different senses. We tend to be visually dominant, but sounds, scents, and even the feel of an environment provide rich observational material. Noticing the music in a cafe, the scent of pine trees on a walking path, or the acoustic quality of a meeting room can all become unique conversational entries that others might miss. The observational advantage. As you develop this skill, you'll discover that observation gives you a tremendous advantage in social situations. While others are struggling to think of what to say next or falling back on cliched questions, you'll have an abundance of material drawn directly from the present moment and the person in front of you. This advantage is particularly valuable in challenging social contexts. When meeting new people, observation gives you natural openings that don't feel forced. In group settings where it's hard to break in, an insightful observation can be your entry point. In professional contexts, showing that you notice details demonstrates attentiveness and respect. Perhaps most importantly, being observant allows you to be responsive rather than reactive in conversations. Instead of following a mental script or worrying about your next line, you're fully present and adapting to what's actually happening. This presence is felt by others, even if they can't quite identify why conversations with you feel more engaging and authentic. The observational approach also takes enormous pressure off you in social situations. Instead of feeling that you need to perform or impress, you simply need to pay attention. The material for interesting conversation is already there. Your job is just to notice it and respond with curiosity. This shift from performance to observation can be transformative for people who experience social anxiety. When your focus is outward rather than inward, self-consciousness naturally diminishes. You're too busy noticing interesting details to worry about how you're coming across. The ultimate compliment. There's a deeper reason why observational conversation is so effective. It makes people feel seen. In a world where genuine attention is increasingly rare, truly noticing someone is perhaps the greatest compliment you can pay them. When you observe and comment on a unique accessory someone is wearing, you're acknowledging the thought they put into choosing it. When you notice their enthusiasm while discussing a particular topic, you're validating their passion. When you pick up on subtle changes in their appearance or demeanor, you're showing that they matter enough for you to pay attention. This feeling of being seen is profoundly validating. It satisfies a fundamental human need for recognition and understanding. People may not remember exactly what you said in a conversation, but they'll remember how it felt to be truly noticed. The most meaningful observations often aren't about physical objects or surroundings, but about the person themselves, their qualities, contributions, or growth. I've noticed how thoughtful you are in meetings, or I've observed how much more confident you seem presenting compared to last year, are observations that acknowledge someone's core self or development. These deeper observations should be offered genuinely and in appropriate contexts. They're usually best saved for people you know beyond initial meetings, but when shared authentically, they can create moments of real connection that transcend ordinary conversation. The observer's mindset. Becoming more observant isn't just about developing a skill, it's about cultivating a particular mindset. The observer's mindset is characterized by curiosity, presence, and a genuine interest in the world and people around you. Curiosity is the foundation. When you approach each person and situation with genuine wonder about what you might discover, observation becomes natural. You're not just looking for conversation material, you're satisfying your own interest in the rich details of human experience. Presence is the practice. It means bringing your full attention to the current moment rather than dwelling on past interactions or worrying about future ones. This presence allows you to notice the subtle details that others miss when their minds are elsewhere. Genuine interest cannot be faked. If you view observation as merely a technique to appear engaging without actually caring about what you observe, people will sense the inauthenticity. The most powerful observations come from a place of real interest in the other person and your shared environment. This mindset extends beyond conversation. The most observant people tend to move through the world with greater awareness in general. They notice the changing seasons, the architecture of buildings they pass daily, the subtle shifts in their own emotions. This richness of attention makes life itself more vivid and provides endless material for meaningful connection with others. From observation to connection. As you develop your observational skills, you'll find that they naturally lead to deeper connections. What begins as a comment on someone's interesting watch can evolve into a discussion about their travels, values, or life philosophy. An observation about the venue might lead to shared experiences or perspectives that reveal surprising common ground. The beauty of starting with observation is that it creates an organic path to more meaningful exchange. Unlike direct personal questions that might feel invasive too early in an interaction, observations allow deeper topics to emerge naturally as comfort and interest grow. This progression from observation to connection isn't something you need to force. When you start with genuine curiosity and attention, the conversation will naturally deepen if there's mutual interest. Your job is simply to notice the openings and respond with continued curiosity. Remember that not every observation needs to lead to profound revelation. Sometimes a pleasant exchange about the unusual lighting fixtures or the speaker's engaging presentation style is valuable in itself. These lighter interactions build familiarity and comfort that may lead to deeper connection in future encounters. The observational approach to conversation is ultimately about quality over quantity. Rather than filling silence with whatever comes to mind, you're creating meaningful exchanges based on what's actually present and relevant in the moment. This makes even brief interactions more satisfying and memorable. As you continue to develop this skill, you'll find yourself becoming known as someone who makes others feel comfortable and engaged, someone who always has something interesting to discuss without seeming forced or artificial. You'll never again be seen as the boring person in the room because you'll always have fresh, relevant material drawn directly from your observations. But observation alone isn't enough to transform you into a small-talk god. Even the most perceptive observations need to be delivered with authenticity to truly connect. Without genuine expression of your own thoughts and feelings, observations can come across as clinical or detached. In the next chapter, we'll explore how authenticity, the courage to be genuinely yourself in conversation, creates the trust and openness that turns small talk into meaningful connection. You'll discover why sharing your true self, rather than a polished facade, is the key to conversations that resonate and relationships that last. What does it really mean to be authentic in a world of social masks and careful self-presentation? The answer might surprise you and transform how you approach every conversation from this moment forward. Chapter 3, Authenticity. How are you? I'm fine, thanks. How are you? Good. And then, silence. The dreaded conversational dead end that signals the beginning of yet another forgettable exchange. We've all been there, trapped in the purgatory of polite but hollow conversation. The words come out automatically, like we're reading from an invisible script that everyone somehow memorized. We smile at the right moments, nod at the appropriate pauses, and contribute just enough to maintain social grace without revealing anything of substance. But what if there's a better way? What if the very thing that makes most conversations so forgettable is also the easiest thing to change? I first noticed it while observing two strangers meet at an industry conference. The conversation began with the usual formalities, but then something shifted. When asked how his day was going, instead of the automatic fine, one man paused, smiled slightly, and said, "Actually, I'm a bit overwhelmed. There are so many brilliant people here that I keep having to remind myself I was invited for a reason." The atmosphere between them immediately transformed. The other person's posture changed, her eyes lit up, and she leaned in slightly. "I know exactly what you mean," she said. "I was just thinking that everyone else seems to know exactly what they're doing, and I'm just trying not to look completely lost." They both laughed, and within minutes they were engaged in a vibrant conversation that others around them began to notice. No clever techniques, no rehearsed stories, just a moment of genuine human connection that cut through the usual social performance. What happened in that moment? One person dared to step off the script and speak from a place of truth. That small act of courage created an opening for something real to emerge, and that's what we're exploring in this chapter. But what exactly does it mean to be authentic in conversation? Is it simply saying whatever pops into your mind? Is it sharing your deepest secrets with everyone you meet? Or is there something more nuanced at play, a quality that transforms ordinary exchanges into meaningful connections? Let's find out. The masks we wear. From early childhood, we're taught to filter ourselves in social situations. Don't say that out loud. Be polite. That's not appropriate. These lessons serve an important purpose in helping us function in society, but they also teach us to create and maintain social masks, carefully curated versions of ourselves that we present to the world. By adulthood, most of us have developed a collection of these masks for different contexts. We have our professional mask for work environments, our casual acquaintance mask for everyday interactions, our first date mask, our meeting the in-laws mask, and so on. Each is designed to present a particular image and avoid social rejection or awkwardness. These masks aren't inherently bad. They're adaptations that help us navigate complex social environments. The problem arises when we become so accustomed to wearing them that we forget how to take them off, or worse, when we forget there's a real person behind them at all. In conversation, this manifests as a kind of performative exchange where neither person is fully present. We ask questions we don't really care about the answers to. We give responses that reveal nothing about who we are. We nod and smile at appropriate intervals while our minds wander elsewhere. The result is interaction without connection, the very definition of boring conversation. The antidote to this emptiness is authenticity. But what does that actually mean in practice? What authenticity is and isn't. Authenticity in conversation isn't about abandoning all filters or social awareness. It's not about oversharing personal details or ignoring context-appropriate behavior. It's certainly not about being brutally honest at the expense of others' feelings. At its core, conversational authenticity means aligning your outer expression with your inner experience, speaking from a place of genuine thought and feeling rather than automatic social scripts. It means being present enough to know what you actually think and feel in the moment, and brave enough to express it in a way that invites connection rather than creates distance. When you're being authentic, your words, tone, and body language are congruent. There's no gap between what you're saying and what you're experiencing internally. This congruence creates a sense of trustworthiness that others can feel, even if they can't quite name it. Authenticity also involves showing appropriate vulnerability, not the manufactured vulnerability of sharing shocking personal details to create false intimacy, but the genuine vulnerability of being willing to be seen as you are, with your enthusiasms, uncertainties, and unique perspectives intact. For example, if someone asks about your weekend and you spent it doing something you're passionate about, whether that's hiking, playing video games, or attending a poetry reading, authentic sharing means expressing your genuine enthusiasm rather than downplaying it to seem cool or sophisticated. It means saying, I actually spent the entire weekend learning how to make digital art. I've become completely obsessed with it. Instead of the generic, it was nice, pretty relaxing. Similarly, if someone asks your opinion on something and you genuinely disagree with the prevailing view, authenticity means expressing your perspective thoughtfully rather than automatically agreeing to avoid potential tension. That's an interesting perspective, but I've actually found the opposite to be true in my experience. Opens the door to a much more engaging conversation than, yeah, totally. This kind of authentic expression immediately differentiates you from the sea of forgettable conversations that fill most social spaces. It signals that a real human exchange is possible here, not just a performance of social niceties. The paradox of authenticity. Here's the fascinating paradox of authenticity. The more you express your unique self, the more universal your appeal becomes. This seems counterintuitive. Shouldn't revealing your specific quirks, passions, and perspectives make you less relatable to those who don't share them? In reality, the opposite occurs. When you express genuine enthusiasm for your niche interests or share a slightly unconventional viewpoint, you're not alienating others. You're demonstrating that it's safe for them to be genuine too. You're creating a space where real exchange can happen. Think about the people you find most engaging in conversation. Chances are they're not the ones who try to be all things to all people, carefully managing their image to maximize broad appeal. They're the ones who have clear passions, distinct perspectives, and the confidence to express them. Their specificity is precisely what makes them interesting. This is because humans are wired to connect with what's real. We can sense authenticity in others, even if we can't articulate exactly how. When someone speaks from genuine enthusiasm or conviction, their energy changes. Their eyes light up, their gestures become more animated, their voice carries natural variation in tone and pace. These subtle cues signal to our social brains that something worth paying attention to is happening. Conversely, we can also sense when someone is speaking from a place of performance rather than authenticity. The words might be perfect, the smile might be in place, but something feels off. This incongruence creates a subtle sense of distrust or disconnection that undermines the potential for meaningful exchange. By embracing your authentic self in conversation, including the parts that might seem too specific, too enthusiastic, or slightly outside the mainstream, you're not limiting your connection potential. You're expanding it by creating the conditions for genuine human recognition. Why authenticity matters. Beyond making you more interesting, authenticity serves several crucial functions in conversation. First, it builds trust. When people sense that what you're expressing aligns with what you're actually thinking and feeling, they learn that your words have integrity. This creates a foundation of trust that allows for deeper exchange over time. They know they're getting the real you, not a performance designed to achieve some hidden agenda. Second, authenticity creates emotional resonance. When you speak from genuine feeling, whether that's excitement about a new interest, concern about a shared challenge, or thoughtful disagreement with a popular opinion, you create opportunities for emotional connection. Others can feel with you, not just think with you. Third, authenticity invites reciprocity. When you share something genuine about yourself, even something as simple as an honest reaction or a real enthusiasm, you implicitly extend permission for the other person to do the same. This creates a positive cycle where each authentic disclosure makes the next one easier, gradually deepening the quality of exchange. Fourth, authenticity differentiates you. In a social landscape filled with careful image management and generic exchanges, the person who dares to be genuinely themselves stands out immediately. Not because they're trying to stand out, but because authenticity naturally commands attention in a way that performance cannot. Finally, authenticity conserves energy. Maintaining social masks is exhausting. Constantly monitoring your words, managing impressions, and keeping track of what you've presented to whom requires enormous cognitive resources. When you practice being more authentic, you free up that energy for actual connection, making conversations not just more engaging for others, but more enjoyable for you. The courage to be seen. If authenticity is so powerful, why isn't everyone doing it? Why do we default to safe, generic exchanges, even when we know they leave us feeling empty and disconnected? The answer is simple. Authenticity requires courage. To show up as your real self, with your actual thoughts, feelings, and quirks intact, means risking rejection for who you truly are, not just for a social performance that can be easily adjusted. This fear runs deep. From an evolutionary perspective, social rejection could once mean literal death through exclusion from the tribe. Our brains are wired to avoid this risk at almost any cost, leading us to conform, perform, and hide aspects of ourselves that might invite judgment or create distance. But here's what most people miss. The very things we're inclined to hide, our specific enthusiasms, our unique perspectives, our authentic reactions, are often the very things that create the most meaningful connections with others. When you share your genuine passion for astronomy, vintage motorcycles, or obscure films, you might not connect with everyone, but those who do respond will connect with you more deeply than if you'd stuck to safe, generic topics. When you express a thoughtful perspective that goes against conventional wisdom, you might not win universal agreement, but you'll engage others in a much more interesting exchange than if you'd simply nodded along. The courage to be seen, to let your authentic self be visible in conversation, is the price of admission to meaningful connection. Without it, you might avoid the risk of rejection, but you also forfeit the possibility of being truly known and appreciated for who you are. Sharing your passions and perspectives. One of the simplest ways to bring authenticity into your conversations is to share what genuinely excites you. We all have subjects that light us up, topics we could discuss for hours, activities that absorb us completely, ideas that fascinate us endlessly. These passions are conversational gold, yet many of us downplay or hide them for fear of seeming too enthusiastic, too nerdy, or simply too much. The irony is that genuine enthusiasm is one of the most engaging qualities in conversation. When someone speaks about something they truly care about, a natural energy enters their voice, their eyes light up, their gestures become more animated. This authentic passion is contagious, often interesting to others, even if they don't share the specific interest. Think about times you've been captivated by someone talking about a subject you previously knew nothing about. What held your attention wasn't the subject matter itself, but the person's genuine relationship to it, their excitement, their depth of knowledge, their authentic connection to what they were describing. This doesn't mean dominating conversations with monologues about your favorite topics. It means being willing to let your real enthusiasms show when relevant, rather than dampening them to appear more measured or sophisticated. It means saying, I absolutely love classical music. I've been learning to play Chopin, and it's completely changed how I hear the world, instead of, yeah, I listen to a bit of everything. Similarly, sharing your authentic perspectives, even when they differ from the prevailing view, adds depth and interest to conversation. Many of us default to agreement in social situations, nodding along with whatever opinion is expressed to avoid potential conflict. But thoughtful, respectful disagreement is often far more engaging than automatic consensus. When you express a different viewpoint with genuine curiosity and openness. That's interesting. I've actually found the opposite to be true in my experience. What led you to that conclusion? You create space for real exchange rather than parallel monologues. You signal that you're engaged enough to have actually processed what was said and formed your own thoughts about it, rather than simply waiting for your turn to speak. This kind of authentic expression of both passions and perspectives immediately elevates you above the sea of forgettable conversations. It marks you as someone who brings their real self to the exchange, not just a social autopilot performing the expected scripts. Balancing honesty with tact. One of the most common misconceptions about authenticity is that it means saying whatever pops into your mind without filter or consideration for others. This brutal honesty approach isn't authenticity. It's often just a lack of social awareness or emotional intelligence masquerading as virtue. True authenticity in conversation involves balancing honesty with tact, expressing your genuine thoughts and feelings in ways that create connection rather than distance. This doesn't mean being dishonest or inauthentic. It means being thoughtful about how you express your truth. For example, if you're at an event that you're not particularly enjoying, authenticity doesn't require announcing, "This is so boring," to everyone you meet. That's not creating connection. It's creating distance. Authentic expression might instead look like finding the one aspect of the event that does interest you and speaking genuinely about that, or connecting honestly with someone about a shared challenge. I always find these large events a bit overwhelming at first. How about you? Similarly, if someone asks your opinion about something they've created or done and you have mixed feelings, authenticity doesn't mean listing all the flaws you perceive. It means finding what you genuinely appreciate and expressing that while offering any constructive thoughts in a way that's helpful rather than hurtful. A useful framework for balancing honesty with tact is to ask yourself 3 questions before speaking. 1. Is it true? The authenticity component. Is it kind? The tact component. 3. Is it necessary? The relevance component. When what you want to express meets all 3 criteria, you're likely in the sweet spot of authentic communication that creates connection rather than distance. Another helpful approach is using I statements to frame your authentic expressions. Instead of presenting your perspective as universal truth, "That movie was terrible," you can own it as your experience. "I found myself struggling to connect with that movie." This subtle shift makes your authenticity more inviting and less likely to create defensiveness in others. The goal isn't to dilute your truth, but to express it in ways that open doors rather than close them, that invite others into your experience rather than pushing them away from it. Embracing your quirks. We all have quirks, those little idiosyncrasies that make us uniquely ourselves. Maybe you have an unusual laugh, a tendency to use obscure words, a collection of strange facts that pop into your mind at random moments, or a habit of making unexpected connections between seemingly unrelated topics. In conversation, many of us try to smooth these edges, to present a more normal version of ourselves that we think will be more broadly acceptable. We suppress our distinctive laugh, censor our unusual observations, and generally try to stay within the bounds of what we perceive as socially standard. But here's the paradox. These very quirks, the aspects of yourself that might seem too specific or slightly odd, are often what make you most memorable and engaging to others. They're the details that differentiate you from the sea of generic interactions that fill most social spaces. When you allow your natural quirks to show, not in an exaggerated way that seeks attention, but in the natural way they emerge when you're being yourself, you become more three-dimensional to others. You transform from a social role, colleague, acquaintance, new person at the party, into a specific human with distinctive qualities. This specificity is inherently engaging. Humans are wired to notice and remember what's distinctive. In a room full of people nodding and saying, "Fine, thanks," when asked how they are, the person who says, "I'm actually having a wonderfully weird day. I just saw a dog that looked exactly like my childhood pet, and it's got me feeling all nostalgic," immediately becomes more interesting. Your quirks also make you more approachable. When you show that you're comfortable with your own idiosyncrasies, you implicitly give others permission to be comfortable with theirs. This creates a more relaxed atmosphere where authentic exchange can flourish. Of course, embracing your quirks doesn't mean amplifying them artificially or using them as a performance to seek attention. It simply means not hiding the natural expressions of your unique personality when they arise in conversation. The vulnerability factor. At the heart of authenticity lies vulnerability, the willingness to be seen as you really are, with all the risk that entails. This vulnerability isn't about sharing your deepest traumas or most private experiences, which would be inappropriate in most casual conversations. It's about being willing to express genuine thoughts, feelings, and reactions rather than hiding behind social scripts and expected responses. Even small moments of vulnerability can transform the quality of a conversation. When you admit, "I'm actually feeling a bit nervous about this presentation," instead of pretending total confidence, or "I've always been curious about that but never tried it," instead of nodding as if you're already familiar, you create an opening for real human connection. These small disclosures signal that you're bringing your actual self to the exchange, not just a polished performance. They invite the other person to meet you in that space of authenticity rather than remaining in the realm of social performance. What makes these moments powerful isn't the specific content of what's shared, but the quality of presence behind it. When you speak from genuine experience rather than social autopilot, a different energy enters the conversation, one that others can feel and respond to, often without even realizing what's changed. This kind of authentic vulnerability creates a positive cycle in conversation. When you share something genuine, it often evokes a genuine response in return. The exchange deepens naturally, moving from performance to connection without either person having to force it. The beauty of this approach is that it doesn't require grand revelations or dramatic disclosures. Simple, authentic moments, a genuine reaction, an honest admission of not knowing something, an expression of real enthusiasm, create openings for connection that social scripts cannot. Authenticity as practice. Becoming more authentic in conversation isn't about making a dramatic overnight transformation. It's about developing a practice of greater self-awareness and courageous expression that gradually becomes more natural over time. This practice begins with noticing, becoming aware of the gap between what you're actually thinking or feeling and what you're expressing. In conversations, start paying attention to moments when you find yourself giving automatic responses or saying things you don't fully mean. These are opportunities to choose a more authentic alternative. The next step is experimenting with small acts of authentic expression. This might mean sharing a genuine enthusiasm when asked about your weekend, expressing a thoughtful difference of opinion when one arises, or simply responding to "How are you?" with something more specific and real than "Fine, thanks." As you practice these small acts of authenticity, pay attention to their impact, both on others and on your own experience of the conversation. You'll likely notice that authentic expressions often create more engagement and interest than polite but empty exchanges. You may also find that conversations become more energizing rather than depleting when you're bringing more of your real self to them. Over time, this practice creates a positive feedback loop. Each authentic exchange that leads to greater connection reinforces the value of the approach, making it easier to choose authenticity in future interactions. What begins as a conscious effort gradually becomes a more natural way of being in conversation. It's important to remember that authenticity isn't an all-or-nothing quality. No one is completely authentic in all contexts at all times, nor should they be. Social situations vary in their appropriateness for different levels of disclosure and personal expression. The goal isn't perfect authenticity, but a greater alignment between your inner experience and outer expression in ways that create meaningful connection. The authenticity advantage. As you develop greater authenticity in your conversations, you'll begin to notice several significant benefits. First, you'll find yourself having fewer but deeper connections. When you express your genuine self with your specific interests, perspectives, and qualities, you naturally attract those who resonate with who you actually are, rather than with a generic social performance. These connections tend to be more meaningful and satisfying than those based on surface-level exchange. Second, you'll experience less social fatigue. Maintaining social masks requires enormous energy, constantly monitoring your words, managing impressions, and keeping track of what you've presented to whom. When you practice being more authentic, you free up that energy for actual connection, making social interactions less depleting. Third, you'll become more memorable. In a world of generic exchanges and careful image management, the person who brings their authentic self to conversations stands out naturally. Not because they're trying to stand out, but because authenticity has a distinctive quality that generic social performance lacks. Fourth, you'll develop greater resilience to rejection. When you practice showing your authentic self in small ways and discover that the world doesn't end, that in fact, many people respond positively to your genuine expression, you build confidence in the value of your unique perspective and presence. This makes the inevitable instances of non-connection less threatening to your sense of self. Finally, you'll experience more joy in your interactions. There's a natural pleasure in being seen and appreciated for who you actually are, rather than for a performance you're putting on. When you create the conditions for this kind of recognition through authentic expression, conversations become not just more effective, but more enjoyable. The courage to begin. The journey toward greater authenticity in conversation begins with a simple but profound choice: the decision to value genuine connection over comfortable pretense. It's the choice to risk being seen as you really are, with all your specific enthusiasms, perspectives, and quirks, rather than hiding behind the safety of social scripts and generic exchanges. This choice requires courage. It means being willing to occasionally experience awkwardness, disagreement, or even rejection as you learn to express your authentic self in ways that create connection rather than distance. It means valuing the depth of real exchange over the breadth of superficial approval. But this courage is rewarded many times over. With each authentic expression that creates a moment of genuine connection, you build confidence in the value of your unique voice. With each conversation that moves beyond social autopilot into real human exchange, you strengthen your capacity for meaningful relationship. The alternative, continuing to hide behind social masks and generic exchanges, might seem safer in the moment, but it exacts a heavy price over time: the emptiness of being surrounded by people who know only your performance, not your authentic self. As you move forward from this chapter, consider this an invitation to experiment with greater authenticity in your conversations. Not in dramatic ways that create unnecessary risk, but in small, thoughtful choices to bring more of your genuine self to your exchanges. Share a real enthusiasm when one arises. Express a thoughtful perspective when you have one. Allow your natural quirks to show when they emerge. Notice what happens when you do. Notice who responds, how they respond, and how the quality of the conversation shifts. Notice also how it feels to bring more of your authentic self into your interactions, the energy it gives you, the connections it creates, the freedom it allows. This practice of greater authenticity is a powerful step toward becoming someone who is never boring in conversation. But authenticity alone isn't enough. Even the most genuine self-expression can fall flat if delivered with unrelenting seriousness or intensity. What transforms authentic expression from merely honest to truly engaging? What quality lightens even the most substantial exchange and creates an atmosphere where connection flourishes effortlessly? The answer lies in an element so powerful that it can instantly transform the energy of any interaction, yet so misunderstood that many people avoid it entirely in their quest to be taken seriously. In the next chapter, we'll explore how this often overlooked quality can elevate your conversations from authentic to irresistible, creating moments of connection that others not only value, but eagerly seek out. Chapter 4: Humor. The room was filled with important people, executives, industry leaders, and renowned experts, all mingling at an exclusive conference. In one corner stood two men in nearly identical suits, both accomplished in their fields, both armed with impressive credentials and insights. The first man spoke with precision and authority. His points were well articulated, his knowledge evident. People listened respectfully, nodded at appropriate moments, and then politely excused themselves after a few minutes. The second man also shared valuable insights, but something was different. His eyes had a certain sparkle. Occasionally, he'd make an unexpected comparison that caused his listeners to smile. When he stumbled over a word, instead of powering through with forced confidence, He paused and quipped, "My tongue apparently didn't get enough sleep last night." The small group around him laughed, relaxed, and grew larger as the evening progressed. People kept returning to continue their conversations with him. Same expertise, same topic, vastly different results. What was the difference? What invisible quality did the second man possess that transformed an ordinary professional exchange into a magnetic conversation that people were drawn to? The answer might surprise you in its simplicity, yet its impact on your conversational abilities could be transformative. The missing ingredient. We've explored the power of asking engaging questions that invite others to share. We've discovered how keen observation provides endless material for meaningful exchanges. We've examined how authenticity creates trust and connection through genuine self-expression. But even with these powerful skills, something crucial might still be missing from your conversational toolkit, something that can instantly transform the energy of an interaction, break down barriers between strangers, and make even ordinary topics sparkle with engagement. This quality isn't about being smarter or more knowledgeable. It isn't about having extraordinary experiences to share or mastering complex communication techniques. It's something far more accessible, yet often overlooked in our quest to be taken seriously. Think about the people you most enjoy talking with. Beyond their insights or interesting stories, what makes conversations with them so pleasant? What keeps you coming back for more? Chances are, these people make you smile. Perhaps they find gentle humor in everyday situations. Maybe they don't take themselves too seriously. They might occasionally exaggerate for comic effect or make playful observations that highlight life's absurdities. In short, they bring an element of joy to your interactions, a quality that makes the conversation not just informative or authentic, but genuinely enjoyable. This is the often neglected secret of truly engaging conversation, the deliberate, skillful inclusion of playfulness and humor. Beyond the joke-teller myth. When I mention humor in conversation, many people immediately protest, "But I'm not funny." They imagine that being humorous means telling perfectly crafted jokes or making witty remarks that leave everyone in stitches. If they don't see themselves as natural comedians, they assume this conversational avenue is closed to them. This misunderstanding keeps countless people from accessing one of the most powerful connection tools available. The truth is, conversational humor isn't about performing comedy. It's about adopting a playful mindset that allows lightness and joy to emerge naturally in your interactions. You don't need to memorize jokes, master clever wordplay, or develop impeccable timing, though these can be assets. You simply need to give yourself permission to approach conversations with a spirit of playfulness rather than treating every exchange as a serious transaction of information or a high-stakes performance. This shift in mindset, from conversation as performance to conversation as play, changes everything. It releases the pressure to be impressive or perfect. It creates space for spontaneity and genuine connection. And perhaps most importantly, it makes the interaction more enjoyable for everyone involved. But what exactly does a playful conversational mindset look like in practice? And how can you develop it if it doesn't come naturally to you? The playful mindset. Imagine two different approaches to the same social situation. Say, a work event where you know few people. With a serious mindset, you might think, "I need to make a good impression. I should talk about my accomplishments and show how knowledgeable I am. I can't make mistakes or I'll look foolish." With a playful mindset, you might think, "I'm curious about the people here. This is a chance to have some interesting conversations and perhaps enjoy some unexpected moments. If things get awkward, we can laugh about it. We're all just humans trying to connect." The first approach creates internal tension. You're focused on evaluation and performance, which naturally increases anxiety and self-consciousness. This tension often transmits to others, making them feel they need to match your seriousness or formality. The second approach creates openness. You're focused on discovery and enjoyment rather than impression management. This relaxed attitude helps others feel comfortable around you increasing the likelihood of genuine connection. A playful mindset doesn't mean you can't discuss serious topics or share important information. It simply means you hold the conversation lightly, allowing space for warmth, spontaneity, and moments of shared enjoyment alongside the substance. Developing this mindset begins with giving yourself permission. Permission to be imperfect, to find humor in situations, to prioritize enjoyment alongside information exchange. This internal permission slip is often the biggest hurdle for people who struggle with conversational lightness. Try telling yourself before social interactions, "It's okay to have fun with this conversation. I don't need to be perfect or impressive. I just need to be present and open to moments of connection and enjoyment." This simple mental reframing can dramatically change how you approach conversations, making them less stressful for you and more engaging for others. Finding the lightness in everyday exchanges. Once you've given yourself permission to be playful, the next step is learning to find opportunities for lightness in ordinary conversations. This doesn't require creating humor from nothing. It's about noticing the inherent absurdities, ironies, and amusing aspects of everyday situations that are already there. Consider how differently these two people might describe the same experience of being stuck in a long line. "I had to wait in line forever. It was so frustrating." Person B: "The line was so long, I started wondering if I should have brought camping equipment. By the time I reached the front, I half expected to be greeted with, 'Welcome to the future.'" Both are expressing the same basic information, but the second approach transforms an ordinary complaint into a moment that might make someone smile. The exaggeration isn't meant to deceive. It's a playful way of conveying the emotional truth of the experience. This kind of light humor is accessible to everyone because it doesn't require inventing jokes. It simply involves describing real situations with a touch of playful exaggeration or unexpected perspective. You can practice this skill by looking for the potential humor in everyday experiences. When technology fails, my computer decided it needed an unscheduled meditation retreat in the middle of my presentation. When plans go awry, I mapped out my day with military precision, and then the universe said, "That's cute. Here's what's actually going to happen." When facing minor challenges, I've been playing hide and seek with my car keys all morning, and unfortunately, they're winning. These aren't elaborate jokes. They're simply everyday observations framed with a touch of playfulness. They acknowledge life's small frustrations while refusing to be weighed down by them, creating moments of connection through shared human experience. The beauty of this approach is that it doesn't require extraordinary wit, just a willingness to see and express the inherent humor in ordinary situations. And when you make this a habit, you'll find yourself noticing more opportunities for lightness in your daily interactions. The power of self-deprecation used wisely. One of the most accessible forms of conversational humor is the ability to laugh at yourself. When you can acknowledge your own foibles, mistakes, or quirks with good-natured amusement, you accomplish several important things at once. You signal confidence. Paradoxically, being able to laugh at yourself demonstrates more self-assurance than trying to appear perfect. It shows you're secure enough to acknowledge your humanity. You create relatability. Everyone makes mistakes and has quirks. By acknowledging yours with humor, you create a space where others feel they can be imperfect too. You diffuse potential tension. When you address your own slip-ups before others have to, you transform what might be an awkward moment into a shared smile. For example, if you trip slightly while approaching a group, instead of pretending it didn't happen or becoming embarrassed, you might say with a smile, "And that was my audition for the National Ballet. How did I do?" This acknowledges what happened while showing you don't take yourself too seriously. If you lose your train of thought mid-sentence rather than becoming flustered, you might say, "My brain just took an unexpected detour. Let me find my way back to the point." This turns a potential moment of embarrassment into one of humanizing connection. The key to effective self-deprecation is balance. The goal is to gently poke fun at specific actions or temporary states, not to put yourself down in ways that make others uncomfortable or suggest you need reassurance. Compare. Effective. I have the directional instincts of a spinning top. I got lost 3 times on my way here. Ineffective. I'm such an idiot, I can never find my way anywhere. I'm completely hopeless with directions. The first example shares a specific quirk with lighthearted acceptance. The second creates discomfort by harshly judging the whole self, potentially making others feel they need to offer reassurance. When used appropriately, self-deprecating humor is one of the most powerful ways to create warmth and connection in conversation. It shows authentic vulnerability while simultaneously demonstrating the confidence to acknowledge imperfection without shame, a compelling combination. The art of playful banter. As conversations develop and rapport builds, another form of humor becomes available, the gentle back and forth of friendly banter. This playful exchange of teasing remarks, witty responses, and humorous observations creates a special kind of connection when done with mutual goodwill. Banter works because it creates a sense of shared insider status. You're comfortable enough with each other to play with words and ideas in a way that acknowledges your connection. It's like a verbal game of catch, with each person contributing to the rhythm and energy of the exchange. The key to successful banter is ensuring it remains good-natured and mutually enjoyable. This means being attentive to how your comments are received. If someone doesn't respond playfully to a teasing remark, shift back to a more straightforward approach. Keeping the focus on changeable behaviors or choices, never on personal characteristics that might touch on insecurities. Balancing any teasing with genuine affirmation, so the underlying message is always one of appreciation and connection. For example, if a friend mentions they're always running late, you might respond with a playful, "Should I start telling you meetings are an hour earlier than they actually are?" This gentle tease acknowledges a behavior pattern without judgment, inviting them to join in the humor about it. If they respond in kind, perhaps saying, "You might need to, though knowing me, I'd still manage to be late to the fake time too," you've established a playful rhythm that strengthens your connection. The beauty of banter is that it creates a special kind of conversational flow, one where both parties are fully engaged, responding spontaneously to each other rather than simply taking turns delivering prepared thoughts. This spontaneity and mutual playfulness is often what makes certain conversations particularly memorable and enjoyable. However, banter requires established rapport and careful attention to the other person's responses. What feels like playful teasing to one person might feel like criticism to another, so this approach should be used selectively and with sensitivity to the specific relationship and context. Reading the room, context matters. While humor can enhance almost any conversation, the specific type of humor that works well varies dramatically depending on the context, your relationship with the other person, and the setting. What's hilarious in a casual gathering with close friends might fall completely flat, or worse, seem inappropriate in a professional meeting or when meeting someone for the first time. Developing humor intelligence means becoming attuned to these contextual factors and adjusting your approach accordingly. This doesn't mean being inauthentic. It means being socially aware enough to express your natural playfulness in ways that fit the situation. In professional settings, humor tends to work best when it's relevant to the shared context, gentle jokes about industry quirks or common workplace experiences. Self-deprecating rather than directed at others. Clean and inclusive, avoiding potentially divisive topics. Brief and interspersed with substantive content, not dominating the conversation. For example, at a work conference, you might lighten a conversation about industry challenges with, "We've been trying to solve this problem so long. I'm pretty sure my office plant has heard all my theories and is judging my ideas at this point." This acknowledges a shared professional challenge while adding a touch of humanizing humor. In more casual social settings with people you don't know well, effective humor often focuses on shared experiences in the immediate environment, uses gentle self-deprecation to create relatability, avoids assumptions about the other person's values or sensitivities, maintains a warm, inclusive tone that invites others to join in the lightness. When meeting new neighbors at a community event, for instance, you might comment on the unusually strong wind with, "I'm starting to wonder if I should have tied a string to myself before coming out today. I might end up visiting the next county, whether I plan to or not." This creates a moment of shared amusement about a common experience without requiring any particular background knowledge or shared values. With close friends or in established relationships, humor can often be more specific, referential, and even edgier, as you've developed shared context and understanding of each other's boundaries. Inside jokes and playful callbacks to shared experiences create a special kind of connection in these relationships. The key in all contexts is attunement, paying attention to how your humorous remarks are received and adjusting accordingly. If something falls flat, simply move on without drawing attention to it. If you notice someone responding particularly well to certain types of playfulness, you might lean more in that direction. This contextual awareness isn't about being calculating or manipulative. It's about expressing your natural playfulness in ways that create connection rather than distance in each specific situation. The humor advantage, why it works so well. Beyond simply making conversations more enjoyable, humor offers several powerful advantages in human interaction. It creates psychological safety. When appropriate humor is present, people feel they can relax and be themselves. The message is, we don't have to be perfect here, we can be human together. This psychological safety is the foundation for more meaningful exchange. It increases memorability. Conversations that include moments of shared amusement are more likely to be remembered than purely informational exchanges. The emotional component of humor helps encode the interaction more strongly in memory. It builds trust surprisingly quickly. Research has found that shared laughter creates a sense of connection and trust between people, even when they've just met. It's as if the laughter says, "We see the world in similar ways," creating an immediate bond. It makes difficult topics more approachable. A touch of gentle humor can make it easier to discuss challenges or sensitive issues without creating defensiveness. It provides emotional breathing room around tough subjects. It demonstrates social intelligence. The appropriate use of humor shows that you understand social dynamics and can navigate them with skill, an attractive quality in both personal and professional contexts. It humanizes expertise. When sharing knowledge or insights, touches of humor prevent you from seeming didactic or unapproachable. It reminds others that even with your expertise, you're still a relatable human being. These benefits explain why people with a playful conversational style often advance more quickly in their careers, develop larger social networks, and are sought out for both professional opportunities and personal connections. The ability to create moments of lightness and joy in interaction is a form of social currency that opens doors in all areas of life. Developing your humor muscle. Like any conversational skill, bringing appropriate humor into your interactions is something that improves with conscious practice. Even if you don't consider yourself naturally funny, you can develop this ability through deliberate attention and experimentation. Start by becoming a student of the humor around you. Pay attention to moments that make you smile or laugh in your daily life, whether in conversations, media, or observations. What specifically triggered that positive response? Was it an unexpected connection between ideas? A playful exaggeration? A moment of shared recognition about life's absurdities? This awareness helps you begin to understand the patterns of what creates humor, which you can then adapt to your own style and contexts. Next, give yourself permission to experiment with small touches of playfulness in low-stakes conversations. This might be as simple as describing an everyday experience with a touch of exaggeration, making a gentle self-deprecating comment, or pointing out an amusing observation about your shared environment. The key is to start small and notice the responses you get. Which approaches seem to land well with different people? Which feel most natural coming from you? Over time, these experiments will help you develop your own authentic style of conversational lightness. Remember that humor in conversation isn't about performing or trying to be the center of attention. Often, the most effective conversational humor is subtle, a quick aside, a playful observation, a moment of shared recognition about something mildly absurd. It's woven into the fabric of the exchange rather than dominating it. Also important is developing comfort with moments when your attempts at humor don't land as expected. Everyone, even professional comedians, experiences this regularly. The difference is in how you respond to these moments. Instead of becoming embarrassed or doubling down, simply move forward in the conversation. Often the other person barely notices what you perceive as a failed attempt at humor. With practice, bringing appropriate lightness into your conversations will become more natural and intuitive. You'll develop a sense for when a touch of humor might enhance connection and which approaches tend to work well in different contexts. The daily chuckle practice. One simple but effective way to develop your humor muscle is to establish a daily practice of noticing and articulating the amusing aspects of ordinary life. Each day, make a mental note, or even a written one, of something mildly funny, ironic, or absurd that you observed or experienced. It might be the peculiar way your computer only crashes when you have an important deadline, the amusing behavior of a pet or child, the irony of getting a time management meeting scheduled and rescheduled 5 times, or any of the countless small moments of unintentional humor that occur in daily life. Take a moment to consider how you might describe this observation to a friend in a way that highlights its inherent humor. What details would you emphasize? How might you frame it to bring out the amusing aspect without forcing it? This practice accomplishes several important things. It trains your attention to notice the potential humor in everyday situations rather than just passing over them. It helps you develop the skill of framing and expressing observations in ways that bring out their inherent lightness. It builds a repertoire of recent, authentic experiences that you can draw on in conversations when appropriate. Over time, this daily practice creates a habit of seeing life through a lens that notices and appreciates its amusing aspects. This perspective naturally infuses your conversations with touches of playfulness and helps you connect with others through shared recognition of life's inherent humor. The smile advantage. There's a physical component to conversational lightness that's often overlooked, the simple act of smiling. Research has found that genuine smiles not only make you appear more approachable and trustworthy to others, but actually influence your own emotional state and thinking patterns. When you smile, even if you don't initially feel particularly happy, you activate neural pathways associated with positive emotions. This can create a subtle shift toward more creative, open thinking, exactly the kind of mental state that facilitates playful conversation. Before entering social situations, taking a moment to recall something genuinely amusing or joyful can trigger an authentic smile and prime your mind for more playful interaction. This doesn't mean plastering on a fake grin throughout a conversation, which would seem unnatural and potentially off-putting. Rather, it's about beginning the interaction with a positive physical state that supports conversational lightness. During conversations, being generous with your smile, especially in response to others' comments or attempts at humor, creates a supportive atmosphere for playfulness to flourish. Your visible enjoyment encourages others to continue in that vein, creating a positive cycle of lighthearted exchange. This physical dimension of conversational humor is accessible to everyone, regardless of whether you consider yourself naturally witty or funny. A warm, genuine smile communicates openness and enjoyment in a way that transcends specific words or jokes. Humor as connection, not performance. As we conclude this exploration of humor in conversation, it's worth emphasizing a crucial distinction. Effective conversational humor is about connection, not performance. Many people shy away from bringing playfulness into their interactions because they associate humor with performing, delivering jokes, being the center of attention, or trying to elicit big laughs. This performance-oriented view of humor creates pressure and self-consciousness that actually inhibits natural playfulness. The approach we've explored is fundamentally different. It's about bringing a spirit of lightness and joy to your interactions, finding the inherent humor in shared human experiences, being willing to laugh at yourself, and creating moments of warmth through playful observation. This connection-oriented humor doesn't put you on stage or make you responsible for entertaining others. Instead, it creates a shared space of enjoyment and relaxation where genuine exchange can flourish. When you approach humor this way, as a tool for connection rather than a performance to be evaluated, the pressure dissolves. You're not trying to be the funniest person in the room. You're simply bringing your natural sense of playfulness to your interactions in ways that create enjoyment and ease. This shift in perspective makes conversational humor accessible to everyone, not just those who consider themselves naturally funny. We all have the capacity to notice life's absurdities, to laugh at our own foibles, and to find joy in shared human experience. When we bring this natural lightness into our conversations, we transform them from mere exchanges of information into meaningful moments of connection. The balance of substance and lightness. Effective conversation isn't about being humorous all the time. It's about finding the right balance between substance and lightness. Knowing when a touch of playfulness will enhance connection and when a more straightforward approach is appropriate. Some topics naturally call for seriousness and depth. Others benefit from a lighter touch that helps people relax and engage more openly. Developing the discernment to navigate this balance is part of becoming a skilled conversationalist. Even in predominantly serious discussions, small moments of appropriate lightness can provide emotional breathing room and strengthen connection. Similarly, primarily lighthearted conversations often include moments of genuine depth and meaning that are made more accessible by the surrounding atmosphere of warmth and ease. This interplay between substance and lightness is what makes truly great conversations so engaging. Like a piece of music that moves between different emotional tones, a skilled conversation has rhythm and variation that keeps both parties fully engaged. As you continue developing your conversational skills, pay attention to this balance in your interactions. Notice how touches of appropriate humor can open doors to deeper exchange, and how moments of genuine depth can be made more accessible within an atmosphere of warmth and playfulness. Beyond the fear of being boring. At the heart of this chapter is a simple but powerful truth. Approaching conversations with a spirit of playfulness transforms the experience for everyone involved. It releases you from the fear of being boring, creates space for authentic connection, and makes interactions more memorable and enjoyable. This doesn't require becoming someone you're not or developing an entirely new personality. It simply means giving yourself permission to bring your natural sense of playfulness into your conversations, to find and express the inherent humor in shared human experience. When you do this consistently, something remarkable happens. People begin to look forward to talking with you. They seek you out at events, respond more quickly to your messages, and remember your conversations long after they've forgotten more impressive but humor-free interactions. This isn't because you've become a comedian or entertainer. It's because you've created space for something we all crave in our increasingly serious and disconnected world. Moments of genuine, shared joy. As you move forward from this chapter, consider how you might bring just a touch more lightness into your daily interactions. Not through forced jokes or artificial performance, but through a genuine willingness to see and share the inherent humor in our shared human journey. The ability to create moments of joy through conversation is a gift, both to yourself and to everyone you interact with. It's a gift that transforms ordinary exchanges into meaningful connections and makes the social world a more welcoming place for all involved. But even with questions that invite sharing, observations that show attentiveness, authenticity that builds trust, and humor that creates warmth, conversations can still sometimes stall or fizzle out prematurely. What separates truly engaging conversationalists from the rest is their ability to maintain a natural flow that keeps both parties interested and involved. In the next chapter, we'll explore the invisible force that keeps great conversations moving forward effortlessly, a quality so subtle that most people never consciously notice it, yet so powerful that it can transform even the most basic exchange into a memorable connection. What is this hidden element that makes some conversations flow while others falter? The answer might change how you approach every interaction from this moment forward. Chapter 5, Momentum. You've experienced it before, that magical conversation where time seems to disappear. What started as a simple exchange somehow transformed into a 2-hour discussion that flowed so naturally you barely noticed the minutes ticking by. Ideas connected effortlessly to new ideas. Stories sparked memories that led to questions that inspired insights. There were no awkward pauses, no desperate scrambling for the next thing to say, no glancing at your phone to escape the discomfort of silence. Then there's the opposite experience, the conversation that feels like pushing a boulder uphill. Despite your best efforts, every exchange falls flat. Each topic dies after a few sentences. The silences grow longer and more uncomfortable. You find yourself mentally rehearsing exit strategies, wondering how soon you can politely escape. What makes the difference between these two experiences? Why do some conversations soar while others sputter and stall? Many would attribute the difference to chemistry or compatibility. Some people just click while others don't. But this explanation overlooks a crucial truth. Great conversations rarely happen by accident. They're created through the skillful application of a quality that remains invisible to most people but transforms every interaction it touches. This invisible force is what separates conversational masters from everyone else. It's not about having the most interesting stories or the wittiest remarks. It's about something more fundamental, something that happens between the lines of what's actually said. Understanding this hidden element will transform how you approach every conversation, whether with new acquaintances or old friends. It will give you the ability to guide interactions away from awkward dead ends and toward engaging exchanges that leave both parties energized rather than depleted. But what exactly is this mysterious quality, and how can you develop it if it doesn't come naturally to you? The river, not the rocks. Imagine a conversation as a river. The individual topics, your job, their recent vacation, a shared interest in photography are like rocks in that river. Most people focus all their attention on these rocks, jumping from one to the next, wondering which topic to introduce when the current one runs dry. But master conversationalists understand something crucial. It's not the rocks that make a great conversation, it's the flow of the river between them. This flow, the invisible current that carries you naturally from one subject to the next, is what we call conversational momentum. It's the energy that builds as you exchange ideas, the subtle connections that emerge between seemingly unrelated topics, the rhythm that develops when both people are fully engaged. When momentum is strong, the conversation feels effortless. Topics blend seamlessly into one another. Silences, when they occur, feel comfortable rather than awkward. Both people leave feeling energized rather than drained. When momentum is weak or absent, conversations feel stilted and mechanical. Topics start and stop abruptly. Silences loom like threats. Both parties work harder and enjoy the exchange less. The difference isn't in the topics themselves, but in how they connect or fail to connect to create a coherent, engaging flow. Think about the last truly great conversation you had. If I asked you to list the topics you discussed, you might struggle to remember them all or to recall the exact order in which they emerged. That's because you weren't experiencing the conversation as a series of discrete topics, but as a flowing, organic exchange where one idea naturally led to the next. This quality, this momentum, is what we'll explore in this chapter. Understanding how to create and maintain it will give you the ability to transform even ordinary small talk into meaningful, memorable exchanges. Recognizing the flow state. Before you can create momentum in your conversations, you need to recognize what it feels and looks like when it's present and when it's absent. A conversation with strong momentum has several distinctive qualities. The exchange feels balanced, with both people contributing and building on each other's ideas rather than one person dominating. Topics evolve organically rather than changing abruptly. You might start discussing a movie and end up talking about childhood memories, but the path between these subjects feels natural rather than forced. Both parties show engagement through body language, tone, and responsiveness. They lean in, maintain eye contact, nod in recognition, and respond with energy. Silences, when they occur, feel like natural pauses for reflection rather than awkward gaps to be filled as quickly as possible. The emotional tone is generally positive and energetic, with both people showing genuine interest in the exchange. Time seems to pass quickly, and the conversation often continues longer than either person initially expected. Conversely, a conversation lacking momentum might show these signs. Exchanges feel transactional rather than flowing, with each person taking their turn to speak but not truly building on what the other has said. Topics start and stop abruptly, with noticeable, "now what do we talk about" moments in between. Body language shows disengagement, looking around the room, checking phones, stepping back physically. Responses become shorter and less enthusiastic as the conversation progresses. Silences feel uncomfortable, with both parties scrambling to fill them with anything that comes to mind. The emotional energy gradually depletes, with one or both people looking for ways to end the interaction. Learning to recognize these patterns helps you become more aware of the momentum in your own conversations. This awareness is the first step toward being able to actively create and maintain flow rather than just hoping it happens by chance. The yes-and mindset. At the heart of conversational momentum lies a simple but powerful principle borrowed from improvisational theater: yes and. This approach transforms how you respond to others and can single-handedly revolutionize the flow of your conversations. The yes and principle has two components. First, you accept and affirm what the other person has offered. Yes. This doesn't mean you have to agree with everything they say, but rather that you acknowledge the validity of their contribution. Second, you build upon their offering by adding something of your own, and. This addition keeps the conversation moving forward rather than simply bouncing back to the other person. For example, if someone mentions they recently visited Colorado, a yes and response might be, "Colorado has such dramatic landscapes. I've always been fascinated by how the mountains there seem to rise so suddenly from the plains. Did you get to do any hiking while you were there?" This response acknowledges their statement, "Yes, Colorado," and adds something new, the observation about landscapes plus a related question, that moves the conversation forward. Compare this to responses that lack the yes and quality. "No, I prefer the beaches in California," rejects their offering and redirects to your preference. "Oh, cool," acknowledges but adds nothing new, putting the burden back on them. "I went to Florida last year," ignores their experience to talk about your own. None of these responses builds momentum. The first creates a conversational dead end by rejecting their topic. The second forces them to do all the work of maintaining the exchange. The third shifts focus completely to you without creating any connection to what they shared. The yes and approach works because it creates collaborative energy. Each person feels their contributions are valued and built upon rather than dismissed or ignored. This collaborative spirit generates forward momentum as you jointly create a conversation that's more interesting than either of you could produce alone. Importantly, yes and doesn't mean you can't express different viewpoints or change topics. It simply means doing so in a way that acknowledges what came before and creates bridges rather than walls. For instance, If you disagree with someone's opinion about a movie, a yes and response might be, I see why you appreciated the visual effects. They were groundbreaking. I found myself more drawn to the character development, especially how the protagonist evolved through the second act. What did you think of that aspect? This response acknowledges their perspective before offering your different focus, creating a bridge between viewpoints rather than an opposition. Similarly, if you want to change topics, a yes and transition might sound like, that's fascinating about your rock climbing experience. It reminds me of when I tried kayaking for the first time, another activity that seems simple until you actually do it. Have you ever tried water sports? This transition acknowledges their topic, finds a genuine connection to something new, and shifts the conversation naturally rather than abruptly. The yes and mindset transforms how you listen and respond. Instead of waiting for your turn to speak or thinking about what you want to say next, you're actively looking for ways to build on what the other person is offering. This collaborative approach creates a conversational flow that feels natural and engaging for both parties. The art of threading. While yes and provides the foundational mindset for creating momentum, threading offers the practical technique for maintaining it across different topics. Threading is the art of picking up on details, words, or ideas from what someone has said and using them as pathways to new but related areas of conversation. Master conversationalists listen for these potential threads in every exchange. They recognize that a single statement often contains multiple possible directions the conversation could take, and they skillfully select and follow the most promising threads. For example, if someone says, I just got back from a trip to Japan where I visited some amazing temples and tried learning a bit of the language, they've offered at least 3 potential threads. 1. The trip to Japan generally, travel experiences, why they chose Japan, etc. 2. The temples specifically, architecture, spiritual interests, history, etc. 3. Language learning, their experience with Japanese, other languages they speak, etc. A skilled conversationalist notices these threads and can choose which one to follow based on what seems most interesting or relevant. They might respond, learning Japanese must be fascinating. I've always been intrigued by languages that use different writing systems. How did you approach learning the characters? This response picks up the language thread while acknowledging the broader context. It shows attentive listening and creates a natural progression rather than an abrupt topic change. Threading works because it maintains continuity while allowing the conversation to evolve. Each new direction feels connected to what came before, creating a sense of coherent flow rather than random topic hopping. The key to effective threading is attentive listening. Instead of thinking about what you'll say next or waiting for your turn to speak, focus on identifying the various threads the other person is offering. Look for details that reveal interests or experiences. I've been practicing guitar lately. Emotional cues that suggest importance. I was really excited about the project. Unusual or specific word choices that might indicate expertise or passion. Passing mentions that could be expanded upon. My sister lives in Toronto. When you notice these potential threads, you can gently tug on them to see where they lead. Often, the most interesting conversations emerge from threads that initially seemed minor but opened up rich new territories when explored. For example, someone's casual mention of having a collection of vintage cameras might lead to discussions about photography, history, craftsmanship, family heritage, or technological evolution, depending on which aspect you choose to explore. Threading also helps you navigate away from conversational dead ends without awkward transitions. If a topic is running dry, you can circle back to an earlier thread that wasn't fully explored. You mentioned earlier that you grew up in a small town. What was that experience like? This technique creates the impression of a naturally evolving conversation rather than a series of disconnected topics. It makes your exchanges feel coherent and purposeful even as they cover diverse subjects. Connector phrases, the bridges between topics. While threading helps you identify where to go next in a conversation, connector phrases help you get there smoothly. These transitional expressions create verbal bridges between topics, making shifts feel natural rather than abrupt. Effective connector phrases acknowledge what came before while introducing something new. They signal that you've been listening and that your new contribution is related to the ongoing conversation rather than coming out of nowhere. Some useful connector phrases include, "That reminds me of," "Speaking of," "That's similar to," "That makes me think about," "Along those lines," "That's interesting because," "I had a related experience with." These phrases function as conversational glue, binding different topics together into a cohesive whole. They create the sense that the conversation is building and evolving rather than starting and stopping. For example, if someone has been talking about their challenging hike last weekend, you might use a connector phrase to shift to a related but different topic. "That reminds me of when I tried rock climbing for the first time." It's another activity that really tests your limits, though in a different way. Have you ever tried climbing? This transition acknowledges their experience, draws a genuine connection to something new, and invites their continued participation. The conversation evolves naturally rather than jumping randomly to an unrelated subject. Connector phrases are particularly valuable when you want to introduce a topic that might otherwise seem disconnected. They help you create plausible bridges between diverse subjects, maintaining the sense of flow even when the conversation takes unexpected turns. For instance, if you've been discussing travel and want to shift to talking about a book you're reading, you might say, "Speaking of different cultures, I'm reading this fascinating book that explores how cultural perspectives shape our worldview. It's made me think differently about my own assumptions." This connector creates a reasonable link between the previous topic and the new one, even though they're not directly related. It prevents the jarring feeling of an abrupt subject change while allowing the conversation to move in a fresh direction. The art of using connector phrases effectively lies in finding genuine connections rather than forced ones. The best transitions emerge from authentic associations between ideas rather than predetermined agendas to change the subject. When you're truly engaged in the conversation, these connections often present themselves naturally. The energy exchange, emotional momentum. While the content of your conversation, the topics, ideas, and stories you share, provides its substance, the emotional energy you bring creates its vitality. Conversational momentum isn't just about what you discuss, but how you discuss it. Energy is contagious in conversation. When you respond to someone with genuine enthusiasm, curiosity, or appreciation, you inject positive energy that fuels the exchange. This emotional investment invites the other person to match your energy, creating an upward spiral of engagement. Simple expressions of enthusiasm can dramatically impact momentum. "That's fascinating. I love that idea. I've never thought about it that way before. Tell me more about that." These responses do more than acknowledge what the other person has said. They validate it as interesting and worthy of further exploration. They create emotional momentum that carries the conversation forward. Your nonverbal cues play an equally important role in this energy exchange. Leaning in slightly, maintaining good eye contact, nodding in recognition, and offering an engaged facial expression all signal that you're fully present and interested in the interaction. These subtle cues encourage the other person to continue sharing and investing in the conversation. Conversely, checking your phone, looking around the room, or offering minimal responses quickly depletes conversational energy. Even if you're discussing interesting topics, these disengaged behaviors signal that you're not emotionally invested in the exchange, which naturally diminishes momentum. The rhythm of your responses also affects energy flow. Varying your response style, sometimes asking questions, sometimes sharing related experiences, sometimes offering thoughtful reflections, creates a dynamic exchange that keeps both parties engaged. A conversation that falls into a predictable pattern, question, answer, quickly becomes mechanical, regardless of the topic. Remember that energy doesn't necessarily mean intensity or constant animation. A conversation about serious topics might have a quieter, more reflective energy while still maintaining strong momentum. The key is that both people remain emotionally present and invested in the exchange, whatever its tone. Momentum killers, what to avoid. Understanding what builds conversational momentum is important, but equally valuable is recognizing what destroys it. Certain responses and behaviors act as momentum killers, bringing flowing exchanges to an abrupt halt. One of the most common momentum killers is the conversation closer, a response that acknowledges what was said but offers nowhere to go next. These typically take the form of brief statements that put the entire burden of continuation on the other person. That's cool. Interesting. Nice. I see. While these responses aren't inherently negative, they function as conversational dead ends when not followed by something that moves the exchange forward. They essentially say, "I heard you, but I'm not adding anything to this conversation." Another momentum killer is the abrupt topic change. When you suddenly introduce an unrelated subject without any transition or connection to what came before, you create a conversational rupture. This jarring shift signals that you weren't really engaged with the previous topic and often leaves the other person feeling that their contribution wasn't valued. Excessive correction or contradiction can also destroy momentum. While it's perfectly fine to express different viewpoints, doing so in a way that dismisses or negates what the other person has shared, "Actually, that's not right," or "No, that's not how it works," creates a defensive rather than collaborative atmosphere. The conversation becomes a contest rather than a co-creation. Oversharing can paradoxically kill momentum as well. When one person dominates the exchange with lengthy monologues or multiple stories without creating space for the other to contribute meaningfully, the conversation becomes one-sided. True momentum requires participation from both parties. Finally, allowing a topic to continue past its natural conclusion can deplete energy. When you sense that a subject has run its course, responses are becoming shorter, enthusiasm is waning, or you're starting to repeat points, it's time to transition to something fresh rather than trying to extract every last drop from the current topic. Being aware of these momentum killers helps you avoid them in your own conversational habits. It also gives you the ability to recognize when an exchange is losing energy so you can take action to revitalize it before it stalls completely. Recovering from lulls, restarting stalled conversations. Even with the best conversational skills, you'll occasionally experience lulls, those moments when the exchange seems to run out of steam and an awkward silence threatens to descend. The difference between conversational masters and everyone else isn't that they never experience these lulls, it's that they know how to recover from them gracefully. When you feel momentum fading, several techniques can help you reinvigorate the exchange. Circle back to an earlier thread that wasn't fully explored. You mentioned earlier that you've been getting into photography. What kind of subjects do you enjoy shooting most? This approach shows you were listening attentively and gives new life to a topic that still has potential. Ask a follow-up question that goes deeper than your previous exchange. If you've been discussing someone's job at a surface level, you might ask about their professional journey or what aspects of their work they find most fulfilling. This depth often rekindles interest in a topic that seemed exhausted at a more superficial level. Share a relevant personal experience that adds a new dimension to the conversation. What you're saying about urban planning reminds me of how my neighborhood has transformed over the past few years. Have you noticed similar changes where you live? This contribution adds fresh material while maintaining connection to the previous topic. Introduce a related but fresh topic using a connector phrase. Speaking of creative projects, have you been watching any interesting shows or films lately? This transition acknowledges what came before while opening a new avenue for discussion. Sometimes the most effective approach is simply to acknowledge the lull with good-humored honesty. I think we've thoroughly solved that problem. What else has been on your mind lately? This transparent pivot can actually create a moment of connection through shared recognition of the conversational rhythm. The key to recovering from lulls is to act before the silence becomes uncomfortable. When you sense energy declining, responses becoming shorter, eye contact decreasing, enthusiasm waning, take it as a signal to inject new life into the exchange rather than waiting for it to stall completely. Remember that brief silences aren't necessarily negative. They can provide valuable space for reflection or transition. The goal isn't to fill every moment with words, but to maintain a sense of engagement and connection even during quieter moments. The flow of give and take. Conversational momentum thrives on a balanced exchange of energy and ideas. Like a game of tennis, the interaction should involve both parties sending the ball back and forth, each adding their own spin while keeping the rally going. This balance requires awareness of the giving and taking aspects of conversation. Giving includes sharing your thoughts, asking engaging questions, offering relevant experiences, and showing genuine interest in the other person's contributions. Taking involves listening attentively, allowing space for the other person to express themselves fully, and being receptive to the direction they might want to take the conversation. Problems arise when this balance skews too far in either direction. Some people give too much, dominating the conversation with their own stories, opinions, and questions without creating space for the other person to contribute meaningfully. Others take too much, expecting the other person to carry the conversational burden while offering little in return. True momentum emerges from the dynamic interplay between giving and taking, with both people actively contributing to the flow. This doesn't mean the exchange must be perfectly equal at every moment. Conversations naturally ebb and flow, with each person sometimes taking a more active or passive role. But over the course of the interaction, there should be a sense of mutual investment and contribution. Pay attention to this balance in your conversations. If you notice yourself speaking for extended periods without input from the other person, it might be time to create space for them to contribute. Conversely, if you find yourself asking question after question without sharing anything of yourself, consider adding more of your own thoughts and experiences to create a more balanced exchange. The goal is a conversation that feels like a collaborative creation rather than a performance or an interview. This collaborative spirit generates the momentum that carries the interaction forward effortlessly. Practicing the art of flow. Like any skill, creating and maintaining conversational momentum improves with deliberate practice. Here are some exercises that can help you develop this ability. The Yes and Challenge. In your next few conversations, make a conscious effort to begin most of your responses with some form of yes and. This doesn't mean literally saying those words each time, but rather adopting the mindset of affirming what the other person has offered before adding your own contribution. Notice how this approach changes the flow of your exchanges. Thread identification practice. As you listen to others speak, whether in conversation, podcasts, or interviews, practice identifying the various threads they offer. What different directions could the conversation take based on what they've said? Which thread would you choose to follow, and why? This exercise sharpens your ability to recognize conversational pathways. Transition collection. Create a personal collection of connector phrases that feel natural to you. Practice incorporating them into your conversations to create smoother transitions between topics. Over time, these bridges will become second nature rather than requiring conscious effort. Energy awareness. During your next few social interactions, pay specific attention to the energy flow. When does the conversation feel most alive and engaging? What responses or behaviors seem to increase or decrease momentum? This awareness helps you become more intentional about the energy you bring to exchanges. Recovery practice. When you notice a conversation starting to lose energy, challenge yourself to revitalize it using one of the recovery techniques discussed earlier. The more you practice rescuing stalled exchanges, the more confident you'll become in your ability to maintain momentum through inevitable lulls. These practices don't require special settings or partners. You can implement them in your everyday conversations. The key is bringing conscious attention to aspects of interaction that usually happen on autopilot, gradually refining your approach based on what you observe. The ripple effect of momentum. As you develop your ability to create and maintain conversational momentum, you'll notice effects that extend far beyond individual exchanges. This skill creates a ripple effect that transforms your social experience in several important ways. People seek you out for conversation because interactions with you feel energizing rather than depleting. They may not consciously identify momentum as the reason, but they recognize that talking with you leaves them feeling better than before. Your relationships deepen more quickly as conversations naturally progress beyond surface-level exchanges to more meaningful territory. The flow you create allows for organic exploration of increasingly substantial topics. You become known as someone who's easy to talk to, not because you avoid difficult subjects, but because you navigate all conversations with a sense of flow that makes even challenging discussions feel manageable. Your professional interactions become more productive as the momentum you generate helps teams and colleagues move through issues more effectively without getting stuck in conversational cul-de-sacs. Your own enjoyment of social situations increases as you spend less energy worrying about awkward silences or stalled exchanges and more time experiencing the pleasure of flowing conversation. These benefits compound over time, creating a virtuous cycle where positive conversational experiences lead to more opportunities for connection, which in turn allow you to further refine your momentum-building skills. The invisible art. What makes conversational momentum particularly powerful is that it operates largely beneath conscious awareness. Most people don't explicitly recognize when a conversation has good flow. They simply know that they enjoyed the interaction and feel drawn to continue it. This invisible quality means that mastering momentum gives you a social advantage that others can feel but can't quite identify. They know they enjoy talking with you, but they may not understand exactly why. The experience simply feels natural and engaging rather than forced or awkward. As you develop this skill, you'll find that you no longer need to rely on having the most interesting stories or the wittiest remarks to create memorable conversations. Instead, you'll create engaging exchanges through the artful management of flow, the invisible current that carries topics, ideas, and emotions between people. The beauty of this approach is that it shifts your focus from performance to process. Rather than worrying about impressing others with your conversational contributions, you attend to the quality of the exchange itself, how ideas connect, how energy flows, how the interaction evolves. This process-oriented focus actually leads to better outcomes while reducing the pressure you might feel in social situations. Beyond technique to intuition, while we've explored specific techniques for creating momentum, yes, and responses, threading, connector phrases, energy management, the ultimate goal is for these approaches to become intuitive rather than mechanical. With practice, you'll find yourself naturally sensing the flow of conversations and responding in ways that maintain momentum without conscious calculation. This intuitive fluency comes from internalizing the principles rather than applying techniques by rote. It's the difference between a beginning dancer counting steps and an experienced one moving naturally with the music. Both are following the same basic patterns, but one has integrated them to the point where conscious thought is no longer required. As you practice the skills we've discussed, pay attention to moments when the flow feels natural and effortless. What are you doing in those moments? How are you listening and responding? These instances of intuitive momentum provide clues to your natural conversational strengths, which you can then consciously develop further. Over time, you'll develop your own unique style of creating and maintaining momentum, one that aligns with your personality, values, and social contexts. The principles remain the same, but your expression of them becomes as individual as your fingerprint. The flowing path forward. Mastering conversational momentum transforms not just how you communicate, but how you experience social connection. Exchanges that once felt laborious or anxiety-provoking become opportunities for discovery and enjoyment. The dreaded, "what do I say next?" question fades as you learn to trust the natural flow that emerges when you apply the principles we've explored. But even with strong momentum-building skills, there's another dimension of conversation that requires careful attention, one that can either enhance or undermine the flow you've worked to create. This element is so fundamental to satisfying exchange that overlooking it can sabotage even the most skillfully managed conversation. What is this essential quality that balances and completes everything we've discussed so far? It's a principle so simple in concept, yet so challenging in execution, that most people never fully master it. In the next chapter, we'll explore how this principle creates the foundation for truly engaging conversation, and how developing it can transform not just your social interactions, but your entire approach to human connection. The secret lies not in adding something new to your conversational repertoire, but in finding the perfect equilibrium between opposing forces, a balance that once achieved makes every exchange feel both effortless and deeply satisfying. Chapter 6, Balance. Two people sit across from each other at a cafe table. From a distance, they appear to be having a pleasant conversation. But zoom in closer, and you'll notice something peculiar. One person hasn't stopped talking for 15 minutes straight. They've covered their recent vacation, their work challenges, their opinions on 3 different topics, and are now deep into a story about their neighbor's renovation project. Their companion has barely contributed more than nods, hums, and the occasional "wow" or "really." Their eyes have begun to glaze over, though the speaker, caught up in their monologue, hasn't noticed. Across the room, another pair sits in a different kind of uncomfortable exchange. One person keeps asking question after question. "Where did you grow up? What do you do for work? How long have you lived here? Do you have siblings?" Their conversation partner dutifully answers each query, but knows nothing about the questioner. The interaction feels less like a conversation and more like a job interview or interrogation. Despite all the words exchanged, no real connection is forming. What's missing in both these scenarios? What invisible quality transforms two people speaking into a true conversation, one that leaves both parties feeling energized, seen, and satisfied? The answer lies in a principle so fundamental to human interaction that we often overlook it entirely. It's a quality that, when absent, can make even the most interesting topics feel exhausting, and when present, can make even ordinary exchanges feel deeply fulfilling. This principle isn't about what you say or even how you say it. It's about the underlying structure of the exchange itself, the invisible architecture that supports every successful conversation you've ever had. The hidden rhythm. Think about the most satisfying conversations in your life, the ones where you lost track of time, felt genuinely connected to the other person, and left feeling energized rather than depleted. What made those exchanges different from the countless forgettable interactions you've experienced? If you examine these memorable conversations closely, you'll likely notice they shared a particular quality, a natural rhythm of give and take where both people contributed and received in roughly equal measure. Neither person dominated completely, nor did either person fade into the background. Instead, the conversation flowed back and forth like a well-played tennis match, with each person fully engaged in both serving and returning. This rhythm, this balance, is the foundation of truly engaging conversation. Yet it's surprisingly rare in everyday interactions. Most of us tend to err in one direction or the other, either talking too much or not talking enough. We become so focused on the content of what's being said that we lose awareness of the underlying pattern of exchange. The result is conversations that feel unsatisfying, even when the topics themselves are interesting. One person feels unheard or overlooked, while the other feels burdened with carrying the entire interaction, or uncertain if they're connecting at all. But when balance is present, something magical happens. Both people feel valued and involved. Both experience the pleasure of being heard and the satisfaction of being understood. The conversation becomes not a performance or an obligation, but a genuine connection between equals, a shared creation that neither could produce alone. This balance is what we'll explore in this chapter, not just as an abstract ideal, but as a practical skill you can develop and apply in all your interactions. Understanding and mastering this principle will transform not only how others perceive you in conversation, but also how you experience social connection yourself. The conversational seesaw. Imagine conversation as a seesaw on a playground. When balanced perfectly, both sides rise and fall in a rhythmic motion, creating an enjoyable experience for both participants. But if one person is much heavier, dominating the talking, the other remains stuck in the air, unable to fully participate. Conversely, if one person refuses to put any weight on their side, barely speaking, the other remains grounded, doing all the work with none of the pleasure of the back and forth. This metaphor helps illustrate why balance matters so much in conversation. It's not just about fairness or politeness. It's about creating the conditions for a genuinely enjoyable exchange. When one person dominates or withdraws too much, the natural rhythm that makes conversation pleasurable gets disrupted. The challenge is that most of us have a natural tendency toward one side of this seesaw. Some of us are talkers by nature. We process our thoughts externally, get excited about sharing our experiences, and can easily fill any silence that arises. Others are listeners. We're more comfortable taking in information than putting ourselves forward, prefer to think before we speak, and may feel anxious about claiming conversational space. Neither tendency is inherently better or worse. The world needs both talkers and listeners, and each brings valuable qualities to interactions. The key is recognizing your natural inclination and developing the skills to counterbalance it when necessary, to step back if you tend to dominate, or to step forward if you tend to recede. This self-awareness is the first step toward creating more balanced conversations. Once you understand your own default pattern, you can make conscious adjustments rather than operating on autopilot. You begin to notice when you've been speaking for too long, or when you've asked several questions without sharing anything of yourself. You develop the ability to modulate your participation based on the needs of the specific interaction rather than falling into habitual patterns. The foundation, active listening. While balance involves both speaking and listening, it's worth beginning with the listening side of the equation. Why? Because listening well creates the foundation for everything else in conversation. It generates the understanding and connection that make your own contributions meaningful rather than merely self-focused. But there's a crucial distinction between hearing and truly listening. Hearing is passive. The sound reaches your ears, and you register the basic content of what's being said. Active listening, by contrast, is engaged and purposeful. You're not just receiving information, you're seeking to understand the other person's perspective, feelings, and underlying message. Active listening involves several elements. Full attention. You set aside distractions, including the mental distraction of planning what you'll say next, and focus completely on the speaker. Nonverbal engagement. You show you're listening through eye contact, nodding, and responsive facial expressions that reflect the emotional tone of what's being shared. Verbal acknowledgement. You offer brief affirmations. I see. That makes sense. That encourage the speaker to continue without interrupting their flow. Patience with silence. You allow pauses without immediately jumping in, giving the other person space to gather their thoughts or add more depth to what they've shared. When you listen this way, several important things happen. First, you gather much richer information, not just the facts being stated, but the emotions behind them, the values they reflect, and the unstated implications. This deeper understanding allows you to respond in more meaningful ways when it's your turn to speak. Second, you create psychological safety for the other person. When someone feels truly heard, they're more likely to open up further. share more authentic thoughts and feelings, and engage more deeply in the conversation. Your listening literally creates space for a better exchange to emerge. Third, you establish a model for how the conversation should proceed. By demonstrating attentive listening, you implicitly invite the same in return when you speak. This sets a tone of mutual respect and interest that enhances the entire interaction. Active listening might seem like a passive role, but it's actually an incredibly powerful position. The quality of your listening shapes the entire conversation, creating possibilities for connection that wouldn't exist otherwise. As the saying goes, we have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Listening is twice as important as speaking in creating meaningful exchange. The counterbalance, thoughtful sharing. While listening creates the foundation for balanced conversation, speaking, specifically sharing aspects of yourself, completes the equation. Without this counterbalance, even the most attentive listening can create an incomplete exchange. Consider what happens when someone only listens and asks questions without revealing anything about themselves. The other person may initially appreciate the interest, but eventually starts to feel like they're performing a monologue rather than participating in a dialogue. They may become self-conscious about talking so much, wonder why the other person isn't reciprocating, or simply grow tired of carrying the conversational burden alone. Thoughtful sharing transforms this dynamic. By contributing your own experiences, perspectives, and ideas, you create reciprocity. You show that you trust the other person with your thoughts, just as they've trusted you with theirs. Provide connection points. Your sharing gives the other person new information to respond to, creating more possibilities for discovering common ground. Distribute the conversational workload. You take your turn, carrying the exchange forward rather than placing that responsibility entirely on the other person. Balance vulnerability. You demonstrate that openness goes both ways, making the interaction feel fair and mutual. The key word here is thoughtful. Effective sharing isn't about dumping everything on your mind or turning the spotlight permanently onto yourself. It's about offering relevant, appropriately sized contributions that maintain the conversational flow while revealing something genuine about who you are. What does thoughtful sharing look like in practice? It often follows this pattern. Acknowledge what the other person has shared. That's such an interesting point about your work challenges. Offer a related personal contribution. I've experienced something similar in my field where the expectations kept changing mid-project. Include enough detail to make it meaningful without dominating. Last year, I was working on designing a website that started as a simple update but evolved into a complete overhaul after every review meeting. It was both frustrating and fascinating to see how the vision kept expanding. Return the focus to the shared conversation. Did you find any effective ways to manage those shifting expectations? This pattern, acknowledge, share, elaborate, briefly, return, keeps the conversation balanced. Your contribution adds value and creates connection without hijacking the exchange or making it all about you. The 50-50 principle, a flexible guideline. A useful rule of thumb for conversational balance is the 50-50 principle. The idea that, over the course of an interaction, talking and listening time should be distributed roughly equally between participants. This doesn't mean you need to keep a strict accounting or that every conversation must be perfectly balanced at every moment. Rather, it's a general guideline that helps you gauge whether an interaction is becoming significantly imbalanced. If you find yourself speaking for 80% of the time in a one-on-one conversation, that's usually a sign to step back and create more space for the other person. Similarly, if you realize you've contributed only 20% of the content, it might be time to share more of your own thoughts and experiences. The 50-50 principle is flexible and context-dependent. In some situations, like when someone is sharing something important or working through a problem, it's appropriate for them to speak more while you primarily listen. In other contexts, such as when you're providing information the other person has specifically requested, you might naturally do more of the talking. The key is awareness and intention. Rather than falling unconsciously into patterns of dominating or disappearing, you make conscious choices about how much space to take up based on the specific conversation and relationship. You develop the ability to sense when an interaction has become imbalanced and to adjust your participation accordingly. This awareness extends to recognizing different conversational styles and needs. Some people process thoughts externally and naturally speak more, while others are more internally reflective and may need more time and space to formulate their contributions. A truly balanced conversation accommodates these differences rather than forcing everyone into the same pattern. The goal isn't mechanical equality, but a dynamic equilibrium where everyone feels they can participate meaningfully and no one bears an unfair burden of carrying the exchange. When this balance is achieved, conversations flow naturally, with each person feeling both heard and expressed. Avoiding the interview trap. One common conversational imbalance occurs when one person falls into the role of interviewer, asking question after question without sharing anything of themselves. While asking questions shows interest and helps draw others out, an unrelieved stream of inquiries can create an uncomfortable dynamic. When you only ask questions without offering any personal disclosure, several problems emerge. The conversation feels one-sided, with all the vulnerability and sharing coming from one direction. The other person may begin to feel interrogated rather than engaged with, especially if the questions come rapidly without much response to their answers. The interaction remains at a surface level because there's no reciprocal sharing to deepen the connection. The person answering all the questions eventually tires of talking about themselves without learning anything about you. This pattern often develops innocently. Perhaps you're genuinely interested in the other person, or you're shy about sharing your own experiences, or you've learned that asking questions is a good way to keep a conversation going. But whatever the motivation, the effect is the same, an imbalance that prevents true connection from developing. The solution isn't to stop asking questions, but to balance them with appropriate self-disclosure. After someone answers your question, respond with a brief related comment about yourself before asking the next question. This creates a more natural rhythm of exchange. For example, instead of, "Where did you grow up?" "What was that like?" "When did you move here?" "Do you like it better here?" Try, "Where did you grow up?" "Oh, I grew up in the Midwest myself, small town in Illinois. What was it like growing up in your area?" "That sounds similar to my experience in some ways. I moved here about 5 years ago for work. When did you make the move?" "I found the adjustment challenging at first, but grew to love it here. The change of seasons is so much more dramatic than what I was used to. How has your experience been? Do you prefer it here?" Notice how the second approach creates a conversation rather than an interview. You're still learning about the other person, but you're also giving them the opportunity to know you. Each question flows naturally from the shared exchange rather than feeling like the next item on a questionnaire. This balanced approach creates the conditions for genuine connection rather than just information gathering. It transforms the interaction from a one-way street into a mutual exploration where both people participate fully. Taming the conversational steamroller. At the opposite end of the spectrum from the interviewer is the steamroller, the person who dominates conversations with lengthy monologues, interrupts others' attempts to contribute, or consistently brings the topic back to themselves. This pattern creates a different kind of imbalance, but is equally detrimental to meaningful exchange. If you tend toward this pattern, and many engaging, passionate people do, developing awareness is the first step toward change. Pay attention to how long you've been speaking without pause. Watch for signs that the other person is trying to contribute, leaning forward, opening their mouth, or shifting their posture. Notice if their engagement seems to be waning as you continue talking. Several practical strategies can help you create more balance if you tend to dominate conversations. Set a mental timer. If you've been speaking continuously for more than a minute or two, it's probably time to create an opening for the other person. Build in check-ins. Periodically pause and ask, "What do you think about that?" Or "Have you had a similar experience?" This creates natural opportunities for the other person to contribute. Monitor your interruptions. If you notice yourself cutting others off, practice stopping and saying, "Sorry, I interrupted you. Please continue." Ask follow-up questions. When someone shares something, resist the urge to immediately launch into your own related story. Instead, ask a question that invites them to elaborate on what they've shared. Practice the pause. After someone finishes speaking, take a breath before responding. This small space prevents conversation from becoming a competitive rush and gives you time to consider what they've said rather than just waiting for your turn to talk. Remember that conversational balance isn't just about airtime. It's about ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to contribute meaningfully to the exchange. Even if the other person seems content to let you do most of the talking, a one-sided conversation rarely creates the connection and engagement that make interactions truly satisfying. By developing the awareness and skills to moderate your own participation, you create space for a more balanced exchange that ultimately proves more rewarding for everyone involved, including you. You'll discover aspects of others that would have remained hidden if you'd continued to dominate, and you'll feel the satisfaction of genuine connection rather than just the temporary pleasure of holding the floor. Reading the cues, adaptive balance. While the 50-50 principle provides a useful general guideline, truly skillful conversation involves adapting to the specific person and context. Different people have different conversational needs and styles, and the same person might need different approaches depending on the situation. This adaptive balance requires attunement, the ability to read subtle cues and adjust your approach accordingly. Some people naturally speak less and need more drawing out, while others readily share their thoughts but might need gentle containment. Some topics call for more questions and listening, while others benefit from more active exchange of perspectives. Signs that someone might need more space and encouragement to contribute include brief responses that don't elaborate beyond the minimum necessary, hesitation when starting to speak, looking down or away when asked direct questions, trailing off before fully expressing their thoughts. With these individuals, you might take a more active role in drawing them out while still maintaining balance. Ask open-ended questions, show genuine interest in their responses, and give them time to formulate their thoughts without rushing to fill silences. Share your own experiences in ways that invite rather than overwhelm, perhaps by offering brief personal examples that relate to what they've mentioned. Conversely, signs that you might need to create more space for yourself in the conversation include the other person rarely asks you questions. You find yourself knowing a lot about them while they know little about you. You feel drained rather than energized after interactions. The conversation only shifts topics when they decide to move on. With more dominant conversationalists, you might need to more assertively claim your space. Wait for a natural pause, then begin your contribution with confidence. If interrupted, gently persist. "I'd like to finish my thought about that." Ask questions that steer the conversation in directions you'd also like to explore. Share your own experiences and perspectives without apologizing or minimizing their relevance. The art of adaptive balance lies in responding to what each specific conversation needs rather than applying a one-size-fits-all approach. This responsiveness creates the conditions for genuine connection across different personalities and contexts, allowing you to converse effectively with a wide range of people rather than only those who naturally match your style. The quality dimension, beyond quantity. While we've focused primarily on the distribution of talking and listening time, True conversational balance has a quality dimension as well. It's not just about how much each person speaks, but about the depth, relevance, and authenticity of those contributions. A conversation can be technically balanced in terms of speaking time, yet still feel unsatisfying if the content lacks substance or genuine engagement. Conversely, an interaction that isn't perfectly equal in terms of airtime can nevertheless feel balanced if both people are contributing meaningfully when they do speak. Quality listening means being fully present, seeking to understand rather than just waiting for your turn, and responding to the essence of what's being shared rather than just its surface content. It means asking questions that help the other person explore their thoughts more deeply rather than just moving on to the next topic. Quality sharing means offering thoughts and experiences that add value to the conversation, expressing yourself clearly and authentically, and connecting your contributions to what's come before, rather than simply waiting for an opening to say what you already had in mind. When both people bring this quality of attention and expression to an exchange, the conversation takes on a depth and richness that transcends the mechanical back and forth of turns. It becomes a genuine meeting of minds, a co-created experience that leaves both parties feeling understood and enriched. This quality dimension reminds us that the goal of conversational balance isn't just equal participation for its own sake, but the creation of meaningful connection. The distribution of talking and listening is a means to that end, not the end itself. When both people feel they can contribute authentically and are being heard genuinely, the exact proportion of speaking time becomes less important than the sense of mutual engagement and respect. Practicing the art of balance. Like any conversational skill, balance improves with conscious practice and reflection. Here are some exercises that can help you develop greater awareness and capability in this area. The conversation stopwatch. In your next few casual conversations with friends or family, pay attention to the approximate distribution of talking time. You don't need an actual stopwatch, just a general awareness of whether you're speaking significantly more or less than the other person. If you notice a major imbalance, experiment with adjusting your participation. This awareness-building exercise helps you develop an intuitive sense of conversational equilibrium. The deliberate counterbalance. If you know you tend toward one conversational extreme, either talking too much or too little, practice deliberately shifting in the opposite direction. If you're typically quiet, challenge yourself to share at least 3 substantial thoughts or experiences during your next conversation. If you tend to dominate, set an intention to ask at least 5 engaging questions and truly listen to the answers before responding. The reflection review. After significant conversations, take a few moments to reflect on the balance. Did both you and the other person get to express yourselves fully? Did you learn something meaningful about them? Did they learn something meaningful about you? Did the conversation feel like a shared creation or like one person was doing most of the work? These reflections help you identify patterns and adjust your approach for future interactions. The volley practice. With a trusted friend, try a structured exercise where you explicitly take turns speaking, almost like a verbal game of catch. Each person speaks for roughly 30 seconds to a minute before passing the ball to the other. While more formal than natural conversation, this practice helps you develop a feel for appropriate contribution length and turn-taking rhythm. These exercises aren't about creating artificial rules for your conversations, but about developing the awareness and skills that eventually become second nature. With practice, you'll find yourself naturally creating more balanced exchanges without conscious effort, responding intuitively to the needs of each specific interaction. The rewards of balance. As you develop greater skill in creating conversational balance, you'll begin to notice significant benefits in your social interactions and relationships. More satisfying connections. Balanced conversations create a sense of mutuality and respect that deepens connection. Both people leave feeling seen and valued rather than overlooked or burdened. Broader perspectives. When both people contribute meaningfully, You gain access to a wider range of insights and experiences than if one person dominated the exchange. Increased likability. Research consistently shows that people who create conversational balance, neither monopolizing nor disappearing, are perceived more positively by others. Reduced social fatigue. Balanced conversations distribute the energy expenditure more evenly, leaving both parties feeling energized rather than depleted. Greater authenticity. When you're neither performing a monologue nor conducting an interview, you can be more genuinely yourself in the interaction. More inclusive dynamics. Balanced conversation creates space for different communication styles and personality types to participate meaningfully. These benefits extend beyond individual interactions to shape your overall social experience. As you become known as someone who both listens attentively and contributes thoughtfully, you'll find people more eager to engage with you, more open in their communications, and more likely to seek you out for meaningful exchange. The skill of creating balance transforms you from someone who might be seen as either too much or too quiet into someone who helps others feel comfortable and engaged, someone who makes conversations better just by participating in them. The harmony of exchange. At its core, conversational balance creates a kind of harmony, a pleasing integration of different voices and perspectives into a coherent whole. Like musicians playing together, each person contributes their unique part while remaining responsive to the overall composition. The result is something more beautiful and complex than any individual could create alone. This harmony doesn't happen by accident. It emerges when both people bring awareness and intention to the exchange, each taking responsibility for their part in creating a satisfying whole. It requires both the generosity to make space for others and the courage to claim space for yourself, a dynamic balance that shifts and adjusts moment by moment. As you continue developing your conversational skills, this sense of harmony becomes both your guide and your goal. You learn to feel when an interaction is in balance and to make subtle adjustments when it isn't. You develop the ability to create conditions where genuine connection can flourish, where both you and your conversation partners can express yourselves authentically while remaining in relationship with each other. This balance, this harmony of exchange, transforms ordinary interactions into meaningful connections. It turns conversations from mere exchanges of information into experiences of genuine human recognition. And it makes you someone others seek out, not because you're the most impressive or entertaining person in the room, but because conversations with you leave them feeling better about themselves and more connected to the world around them. But even with perfect balance, with questions that invite sharing, observations that show attentiveness, authenticity that builds trust, humor that creates warmth, momentum that maintains flow, and balance that ensures mutual participation, something crucial might still be missing from your conversations. This missing element is so fundamental that without it, all your other conversational skills may fall flat. Yet it's often the quality people struggle with most, not because it's technically difficult, but because it requires overcoming one of our most basic human fears. What is this essential quality that underpins all truly engaging conversation? And how can you develop it if it doesn't come naturally to you? In the next chapter, we'll explore the invisible force that transforms competent communication into magnetic connection, the quality that draws others to you even before you've mastered all the technical aspects of conversation. The answer lies not in what you say or even how you say it, but in something much more fundamental: how you show up in the interaction itself. Confidence. Two people walk into the same networking event. Both possess similar knowledge, experiences, and conversational skills. Both have interesting stories to tell and thoughtful questions to ask. Yet by the end of the evening, one will have made several meaningful connections, while the other will leave feeling defeated, convinced they have nothing valuable to offer. What makes the difference? It's not what they say, it's not even how they say it. It's something more fundamental, something that happens before a single word is spoken. I witnessed this contrast vividly at a conference I attended. In one corner stood a woman who, by conventional standards, should have been intimidated. She wasn't the most senior person in the room. She didn't have the most impressive credentials. Yet she moved through conversations with an ease that drew others to her. People listened when she spoke. They remembered her afterward. Across the room, a man with an objectively more impressive background stood awkwardly shifting his weight from foot to foot. Despite his accomplishments, he struggled to join conversations. When he did speak, he qualified his statements with, "I might be wrong, but," or "this probably isn't important." His valuable insights were overlooked because he presented them as if they weren't worth hearing. The difference between these two individuals wasn't their external qualifications or even their social skills. It was something internal, something invisible yet powerful enough to transform how others perceived them and responded to them. This invisible quality is what we'll explore in this chapter. It's a factor so fundamental to engaging conversation that without it, all the techniques and strategies we've discussed so far will fall flat. Yet with it, even simple exchanges become magnetic and memorable. But what exactly is this quality, and how can you develop it if it doesn't come naturally to you? The invisible barrier. Have you ever walked away from a conversation feeling like you didn't show your true self? Perhaps you thought of the perfect comment after the conversation ended. Maybe you held back an opinion because you weren't sure how it would be received. Or perhaps you spent the entire exchange worrying about how you were coming across rather than fully engaging with the other person. If so, you've encountered the invisible barrier that prevents countless people from connecting meaningfully with others: self-doubt. This barrier operates silently in the background of our social interactions. It's the voice that whispers, "Don't say that, they'll think you're strange." It's the feeling that tightens your throat when you consider sharing a personal story. It's the mental image of others judging you that makes you shrink physically and energetically in social settings. Self-doubt is particularly insidious because it creates a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you believe you're boring or that others won't value your contributions, you behave in ways that make that belief come true. You speak more quietly, making it easier for others to overlook your comments. You qualify your statements with phrases like, "This might sound silly, but," which signals to listeners that they shouldn't take you seriously. You hold back your more unique or passionate thoughts, sharing only safe, bland observations that don't reveal your true personality. You focus so much on monitoring how you're being perceived that you can't be fully present in the conversation. The result? Interactions that feel flat and unsatisfying, not because you lack anything valuable to offer, but because you're not allowing your true value to emerge. This pattern affects nearly everyone at times, but for many, it becomes a chronic condition that significantly limits their social experience and opportunities for connection. The tragedy is that most people never realize the real problem isn't their conversational ability, but their relationship with themselves. The missing ingredient. The antidote to this self-doubt, the quality that transforms ordinary conversational skills into extraordinary connection, is confidence. But not the kind of confidence most people think of. When I mention confidence in conversation, many imagine an extroverted, dominant personality who commands attention and speaks with unwavering certainty. They picture someone who never feels nervous, never second-guesses themselves, and always knows exactly what to say. This misconception keeps many people from developing true conversational confidence because they believe it requires becoming someone they're not, adopting a personality that feels foreign or inauthentic to them. The reality is quite different. Genuine conversational confidence isn't about being the loudest or most assertive person in the room. It's not about never feeling nervous or uncertain. And it's certainly not about performing or pretending to be someone you're not. At its core, conversational confidence is simply the belief that you have something worthwhile to contribute and that others will benefit from engaging with you. It's the quiet inner assurance that allows you to be present and authentic rather than self-conscious and performative. This kind of confidence is accessible to everyone. Introverts and extroverts, bold personalities and quiet thinkers, experienced socializers, and those who find interaction challenging. It doesn't require changing who you are. It requires recognizing and valuing who you already are. When you develop this inner assurance, something remarkable happens. The conversational skills you already possess, the questions, observations, authenticity, humor, momentum, and balance we've explored in previous chapters become exponentially more effective. It's as if you've removed a dampening filter that was muting their impact. But how do you develop this kind of confidence, especially if self-doubt has been your longtime companion in social situations? The journey begins with understanding a surprising truth about how others perceive you. The liking gap. You're better than you think. One of the most powerful discoveries in recent social psychology research is something called the liking gap, a phenomenon where people consistently underestimate how much others like them and enjoy their company. In a series of studies conducted at Yale University, researchers found that after conversations between strangers, people routinely believed they had made a less positive impression than they actually had. Their conversation partners rated them as more likable, interesting, and intelligent than they rated themselves. This gap persisted across different types of interactions and with different kinds of people. Whether the conversations were brief or extended, whether the participants were students or professionals, the pattern remained consistent. People thought they were coming across worse than they actually were. This research reveals something profound about our social experience. That critical inner voice telling you you're boring or awkward or not making a good impression is usually wrong. The people you're talking to generally like you more than you think they do. Why does this gap exist? Researchers suggest several reasons. We're acutely aware of our own internal anxieties and self-criticisms, but we don't realize that others don't have access to these thoughts. We tend to remember our conversational missteps and awkward moments more vividly than our successes. We compare our unedited, behind-the-scenes experience to others' polished public presentations. We fail to recognize that most people are more focused on how they're coming across than on critically evaluating us. Understanding the liking gap provides a powerful foundation for building conversational confidence. It's not just positive thinking or empty affirmation. It's a scientifically validated reality check that can help you question the accuracy of your self-critical thoughts. The next time you walk away from an interaction thinking, "I probably bored them," or "they must think I'm awkward," remember the liking gap. The research suggests that this assessment is likely much harsher than how the other person actually perceived you. This knowledge alone won't instantly transform your confidence, but it provides a crucial starting point: the recognition that your negative self-perception in social situations is probably inaccurate. From this foundation, you can begin to build a more realistic and ultimately more confident approach to conversation. Rewiring your internal dialogue. The stories we tell ourselves shape our experience of reality, including our experience of conversation. If your internal dialogue is filled with self-criticism, doubt, and negative predictions, your conversational confidence will suffer regardless of your actual abilities or how others perceive you. Changing this internal dialogue is therefore a crucial step in developing genuine confidence. This doesn't mean adopting unrealistic, positive affirmations that you don't believe. Instead, it means questioning the accuracy of your negative assumptions and gradually replacing them with more balanced and constructive thoughts. Start by becoming aware of the specific thoughts that undermine your confidence in social situations. Common patterns include catastrophizing. If I say the wrong thing, everyone will think I'm an idiot. Mind reading. They look bored. They must think I'm dull. Overgeneralizing. I always freeze up in group conversations. Filtering. Focusing exclusively on the one awkward moment in an otherwise pleasant exchange. Personalizing. Assuming someone's distracted behavior is a reaction to you rather than their own internal state. Once you've identified these thoughts, the next step is to question them rather than accepting them as truth. Ask yourself, is this thought based on evidence or assumption? Would I judge someone else this harshly for the same thing? What would a more balanced perspective look like? What would I say to a friend who expressed this thought about themselves? This questioning process helps create space between you and your self-critical thoughts. Rather than being swept away by them, you can examine them objectively and consider alternative interpretations. Gradually, you can begin to replace these undermining thoughts with more constructive alternatives. Instead of, "I never know what to say," you might think, "Conversations sometimes have natural lulls, and that's okay. I can use the techniques I've learned to keep things flowing." Instead of, "They must think I'm boring," you might remind yourself, "Research shows people generally enjoy conversations more than they let on. I'm probably doing better than I think." This rewiring process takes time and practice. The goal isn't to eliminate all self-doubt, that would be unrealistic, but to develop a more balanced internal dialogue that supports rather than undermines your social interactions. As your internal dialogue becomes more constructive, you'll find yourself approaching conversations with greater ease and presence. Instead of being caught up in self-monitoring and criticism, you'll be able to focus on the actual exchange, the person in front of you, the ideas being shared, the connection being formed. The body-mind connection, embodying confidence. While rewiring your internal dialogue addresses the mental aspect of confidence, equally important is the physical dimension. The way you carry yourself doesn't just communicate confidence to others, it actually helps create the feeling of confidence within you. This body-mind connection works in both directions. When you feel confident, you naturally stand taller, make better eye contact, and speak more clearly. But remarkably, research shows that deliberately adopting these physical expressions of confidence can actually generate the feeling itself. This phenomenon, sometimes called embodied cognition, has been demonstrated in numerous studies. When people adopt confident postures, standing tall with shoulders back and head up, they experience measurable increases in confidence-related hormones and decreases in stress hormones. They also report feeling more powerful and perform better on tests of assertiveness and risk-taking. You can leverage this connection to build your conversational confidence through several physical practices. Posture. Before entering social situations, take a moment to check your posture. Stand or sit up straight with your shoulders relaxed but not slumped and your head held high. Imagine a string pulling upward from the crown of your head, lengthening your spine and lifting your chest slightly. Eye contact. Practice comfortable, natural eye contact. This doesn't mean staring intensely without breaking gaze, which can feel aggressive or awkward. Instead, aim for the kind of eye contact you'd have with a good friend, present and engaged, with natural breaks that don't feel like avoidance. Gestures. Allow your hands to move naturally as you speak, rather than keeping them rigidly at your sides or clutched in front of you. Expansive, but not excessive, gestures are associated with confidence and help emphasize your points. Facial expression. Cultivate awareness of your facial expressions, particularly your smile. A genuine smile creates connection and projects confidence. Before social events, take a moment to recall something that naturally makes you smile to set a positive facial tone. Pay attention to your speaking volume, pace, and clarity. Practice speaking at a volume where you can be easily heard without straining. Avoid rushing your words or trailing off at the ends of sentences, both of which can signal insecurity. These physical adjustments might feel artificial at first, especially if you've habitually carried yourself in ways that express hesitancy or insecurity. But with practice, they become more natural, and more importantly, they begin to influence how you actually feel in social situations. The key is consistency. By regularly embodying confidence physically, You gradually rewire your nervous system to associate social interactions with feelings of capability and ease rather than threat and insecurity. This doesn't mean adopting a rigid, performative persona. The goal is to express your natural self with greater presence and assurance, not to create an artificial front. The most compelling confidence is relaxed and authentic, not stiff and forced. Finding your voice, speaking with clarity and conviction. A crucial element of conversational confidence is how you use your voice, not just what you say, but how you say it. Your vocal qualities communicate volumes about your self-perception and can either enhance or undermine the impact of your words. Many people with valuable insights to share undermine themselves through vocal habits that signal uncertainty or insecurity. Mumbling or speaking too quietly, making others strain to hear them. Speaking too quickly, as if rushing to finish before being interrupted. Using excessive filler words, like, that dilute their message. Ending statements with upward inflections that make them sound like questions. Apologizing before expressing opinions. I'm sorry, but I think. Adding qualifiers that diminish their contributions. This might be a stupid idea, but these habits often develop as unconscious protective mechanisms. If you're unsure about the value of your contributions, speaking in ways that preemptively diminish them feels safer. If others don't take your ideas seriously, at least you signaled that they shouldn't. But this approach backfires. Instead of protecting you from judgment, it ensures that your contributions won't have the impact they deserve. People generally take you at your own valuation. If you present your thoughts as tentative or unimportant, others will likely perceive them that way. Developing a confident voice doesn't mean adopting an authoritarian or aggressive tone. It simply means speaking in ways that convey conviction in your own worth and the value of what you're sharing. Volume. Speak at a level where others can hear you comfortably without straining. This varies by context, but generally means projecting your voice slightly more than feels natural if you tend to speak quietly. Pace. Find a moderate speaking pace that allows you to articulate clearly without rushing. Slight pauses before important points can actually enhance their impact rather than signaling uncertainty. Inflection. Practice ending statements with downward rather than upward inflections to convey certainty. This doesn't mean eliminating vocal variety, which would sound monotonous, but being intentional about your intonation patterns. Fillers. Become aware of your filler words and work to reduce them. This doesn't mean eliminating all verbal pauses, which can sound robotic, but replacing unconscious fillers with brief, comfortable silences. Qualifiers. Notice when you use phrases that undermine your message before you've even delivered it. This might sound strange, or I'm not sure if this is right, but practice stating your thoughts directly instead. These adjustments might feel uncomfortable initially, especially if you've habitually spoken in ways that minimize your presence. Start by practicing in low-stakes situations, with close friends, in minor work interactions, or even when ordering at a cafe. Pay attention to how people respond differently when you speak with greater clarity and conviction. Over time, these vocal habits become more natural, and you'll find yourself able to express your thoughts with a quiet authority that draws others in rather than a hesitant tentativeness that allows them to tune out. The initiator advantage, making the first move. One of the most powerful expressions of conversational confidence is the willingness to initiate, to start conversations, introduce new topics, or be the first to share a personal story or opinion. This willingness signals both self-assurance and social generosity, as you're taking on the perceived risk of engagement rather than waiting for others to do so. Many people avoid initiation due to fears of rejection or judgment. They worry that approaching someone new will be seen as intrusive, that suggesting a topic will reveal their interests as boring, or that sharing first will make them appear self-centered. These fears are rarely justified. In reality, most people appreciate someone else taking the initiative in social situations. It relieves them of the burden of doing so and often addresses their own unspoken social anxiety. Your willingness to make the first move doesn't mark you as pushy or inappropriate. It positions you as confident and socially generous. Starting small helps build this initiator confidence. Rather than beginning with high-stakes social situations, practice initiating in everyday contexts. Greet the person at the coffee counter with genuine warmth before they greet you. Comment on something in your shared environment while waiting in line. Ask a simple question of a colleague you normally just nod to in passing. Introduce yourself to someone new at a gathering rather than waiting to be introduced. Each successful initiation builds your confidence for the next one. You begin to accumulate evidence that contradicts your fears. People respond positively rather than with annoyance. Conversations flow naturally from your openings. Connections form that wouldn't have existed if you'd waited for someone else to make the first move. This initiator advantage extends beyond starting conversations to how you participate in them. Being willing to introduce new topics, to share a relevant personal experience first, or to express an opinion before knowing where others stand, all these small acts of initiation demonstrate and build confidence. They also create a positive cycle in your interactions. When you initiate with confidence, others typically respond in kind, leading to more engaging and substantive exchanges. Your willingness to take conversational risks encourages others to do the same, elevating the entire interaction. Resilience, bouncing back from conversational setbacks. Even the most confident conversationalists experience awkward moments, misunderstandings, or interactions that simply don't flow as hoped. The difference isn't that they never face these challenges, it's in how they respond to them. Conversational resilience, the ability to recover quickly from setbacks without allowing them to damage your confidence, is a crucial skill for anyone seeking to improve their social interactions. Without this resilience, a single awkward exchange can trigger a downward spiral of self-doubt that affects many future interactions. Building this resilience begins with perspective. When a conversation doesn't go well, confident people avoid catastrophizing or overgeneralizing. Instead of thinking, "I'm terrible at this," or "I always mess up," they view the specific interaction as one data point among many, not a definitive statement about their social worth or abilities. They also avoid personalizing negative outcomes. If someone seems disinterested or the conversation fizzles, they recognize that countless factors beyond their control might be at play. The other person might be preoccupied with personal concerns, tired, or simply not a good conversational match. Rather than automatically assuming they did something wrong, they consider the full context. Perhaps most importantly, confident conversationalists maintain a growth mindset about their social skills. They see challenges as opportunities to learn rather than evidence of fixed inadequacy. After a difficult interaction, they might reflect on what they could try differently next time, but they don't question their fundamental capacity to connect with others. This resilient mindset allows them to take conversational risks without being devastated when some don't pay off. They can approach new interactions with freshness rather than carrying the weight of past perceived failures. You can develop this resilience through deliberate practice. After challenging interactions, practice self-compassion rather than self-criticism. Speak to yourself as you would to a good friend facing the same situation. Look for specific, actionable lessons rather than making global judgments about your social abilities. Ask, what might work better next time, rather than, why am I so bad at this? Intentionally balance your attention between interactions that go well and those that don't. Many people obsess over perceived failures while barely registering their successes. Remember that even the most skilled conversationalists have off days and awkward moments. These experiences are part of being human, not evidence of personal deficiency. With practice, this resilient approach becomes your default response to conversational challenges. Rather than being derailed by inevitable imperfect interactions, you're able to learn from them while maintaining your fundamental confidence in your ability to connect with others. Visualization, mental rehearsal for social confidence. Athletes have long used visualization to enhance their performance, mentally rehearsing successful outcomes before they physically attempt them. This same powerful technique can significantly boost your conversational confidence. Before entering social situations, take a few moments to visualize yourself engaging confidently and effectively. See yourself standing tall, speaking clearly, and connecting genuinely with others. Imagine the conversation flowing naturally, with both parties enjoying the exchange. This mental rehearsal serves several important functions. It familiarizes your brain with the experience of successful interaction, making it feel more achievable and less threatening. It helps you identify and prepare for specific aspects of the situation that might trigger anxiety. It creates a positive template that your mind and body can follow when you're actually in the situation. It reduces uncertainty, which is a major source of social anxiety for many people. The key to effective visualization is making it as detailed and multisensory as possible. Don't just see the interaction. Feel the sensations in your body, hear the tone of your voice, notice the expressions on others' faces as they respond positively to you. Also important is visualizing yourself handling challenges effectively. Rather than imagining only perfect interactions, include moments where you recover smoothly from a conversational lull or gracefully navigate a misunderstanding. This prepares you to respond confidently to the inevitable imperfections of real conversation. Some people find it helpful to combine visualization with physical preparation, taking a few deep breaths, adopting a confident posture, or even speaking a brief, encouraging phrase to themselves before entering social situations. These practices bridge the gap between mental rehearsal and actual engagement, helping you carry the confident state from your visualization into the real interaction. With regular practice, visualization becomes a powerful tool for building and maintaining conversational confidence. It helps reprogram your expectations from anxiety and self-doubt to capability and connection, creating a new default setting for how you approach social interactions. The confidence paradox, authenticity and vulnerability. One of the most counterintuitive aspects of true confidence is that it allows for vulnerability. Many people believe they need to project perfect competence and certainty to appear confident, but this approach often backfires, creating an impression of rigidity or inauthenticity rather than genuine self-assurance. Real confidence includes the security to acknowledge what you don't know, to occasionally make mistakes without being devastated, and to show appropriate vulnerability when the situation calls for it. This willingness to be imperfect actually signals greater confidence than a rigid insistence on appearing flawless. Consider how differently these approaches land in conversation. Person A makes a factual error, and when corrected, becomes defensive or embarrassed, clearly thrown off balance by this small setback. Person B makes the same error and responds with, "Oh, I had that wrong. Thanks for the correction. I'm always learning new things." They then continue the conversation without losing composure. Which person appears more confident? Most would say person B, even though they're the one acknowledging a mistake. Their comfort with imperfection demonstrates a deeper security than person A's fragile need to appear infallible. This paradox extends to other aspects of conversation. Being willing to ask questions when you don't understand something, to express uncertainty about complex topics, or to share appropriate personal experiences that reveal your humanity. All these show a confidence that's rooted in authentic self-acceptance rather than desperate impression management. The most engaging conversationalists balance strength with openness, certainty with curiosity, expertise with humility. They're secure enough in their fundamental worth that they don't need to prove themselves in every exchange. This balanced approach creates space for genuine connection. When you're not consumed with maintaining a perfect facade, you can be present with the other person and responsive to the natural flow of conversation. Your confidence becomes a foundation for authentic engagement rather than a performance to be maintained at all costs. Practicing confidence in daily life. Like any skill, conversational confidence develops through consistent practice in real-world situations. Rather than waiting until you feel confident to act confidently, the most effective approach is to begin practicing confident behaviors now, even if they feel somewhat uncomfortable at first. Start with small, manageable challenges that stretch your comfort zone without overwhelming you. Each successful experience builds evidence that contradicts your self-doubt and reinforces your growing confidence. Here are some practical ways to build your confidence muscle through daily practice. The Daily Greeting Challenge. Each day, initiate a warm greeting with someone you encounter, a colleague, neighbor, or service person. Make eye contact, smile genuinely, and speak clearly. Notice how often these small initiations lead to positive responses. The Opinion Practice. In discussions where you'd normally stay silent or just agree, practice expressing one authentic thought or perspective. Start with low-stakes topics and supportive environments, gradually working up to more significant contributions. The Posture Check. Set reminders throughout your day to check and adjust your posture. Notice how standing or sitting tall affects both how others respond to you and how you feel internally. The Voice Adjustment. Record yourself speaking on any topic for 1 minute. Listen for habits that undermine your authority: mumbling, excessive qualifiers, upward inflections on statements. Practice speaking the same content with greater clarity and conviction. The Resilience Review. After social interactions, practice balanced reflection. Note what went well alongside any challenges. Identify specific adjustments for next time rather than making global judgments about your social abilities. The key with all these practices is consistency. Small actions repeated regularly have far more impact than occasional grand gestures. Each time you act with greater confidence, even in tiny ways, you're rewiring your social reflexes and building evidence that contradicts your self-limiting beliefs. Track your progress not by how you feel. Confidence feelings often lag behind confidence behaviors, but by what you do. Celebrate each time you initiate a conversation you would have avoided before. Speak up when you would have stayed silent, or recover quickly from an awkward moment that would have previously derailed you. Over time, these practice behaviors become more natural, requiring less conscious effort. The gap between acting confident and feeling confident gradually closes as your experiences begin to align with your new behaviors. The transformative power of conversational confidence. As you develop greater confidence in your conversational abilities, you'll notice changes that extend far beyond specific social situations. This growing self-assurance transforms not just how others perceive you, but how you experience your social world. Interactions that once felt draining become energizing as you spend less mental energy on self-monitoring and more on genuine connection. Conversations flow more naturally because you're fully present rather than caught in anxious self-evaluation. You find yourself connecting with a wider range of people as you become willing to initiate and engage more broadly. Perhaps most significantly, you begin to experience yourself differently in relation to others. Rather than seeing social interaction as a performance to be judged or a test to be passed, you recognize it as an opportunity for mutual exchange and discovery. This shift in perspective, from social interaction as threat to social interaction as opportunity, changes everything about how you approach conversations. The skills and strategies we've explored in previous chapters, asking engaging questions, making thoughtful observations, expressing yourself authentically, using appropriate humor, maintaining conversational momentum, and creating balanced exchanges, all become more effective when delivered with confidence. It's as if you've removed a filter that was muting their impact, allowing their full power to emerge. This confidence doesn't mean you'll never feel nervous or uncertain in social situations. Even the most socially skilled individuals experience these feelings at times. The difference is that you no longer see these feelings as barriers to effective interaction or evidence of personal inadequacy. You learn to act with confidence even when you don't feel completely confident, trusting in your ability to navigate the exchange successfully despite momentary uncertainty. The journey to conversational confidence is ongoing rather than a destination you reach once and for all. There will always be new situations that challenge your social assurance, opportunities to extend your capabilities further, and moments when old doubts resurface. But with each step you take on this path, these challenges become less daunting, and your fundamental trust in your ability to connect meaningfully with others grows stronger. This growing confidence creates a virtuous cycle in your social life. As you engage more openly and authentically, you have more positive experiences that further reinforce your confidence. As your confidence increases, you become willing to take greater social risks that lead to deeper and more rewarding connections. What once seemed impossible, approaching strangers with ease, expressing controversial opinions respectfully, recovering gracefully from awkward moments, gradually becomes part of your natural repertoire. But even with newfound confidence, there's another dimension of conversation that separates those who merely connect adequately from those who truly captivate others. This quality goes beyond basic assurance to something more dynamic and compelling, a willingness to step beyond conventional boundaries in ways that create memorable, meaningful exchanges. What is this next-level quality that builds on confidence to create truly magnetic conversation, and how can you develop it in your own interactions? In our next chapter, we'll explore the element that transforms competent conversation into captivating connection, the willingness to venture beyond safe, predictable exchanges into territory that's more authentic, more engaging, and ultimately more rewarding for everyone involved. The answer lies not in playing it safe, but in knowing exactly when and how to take the conversational risks that lead to extraordinary connection. Chapter 8, Boldness. The most forgettable conversations have one thing in common. It's not that they're with boring people. It's not that they lack proper technique or structure. It's not even that the topics themselves are inherently dull. The most forgettable conversations are those where nothing unexpected happens, where both participants follow the invisible script of social convention so perfectly that nothing memorable emerges. They're the exchanges where everyone stays firmly within the boundaries of polite, predictable small talk, never venturing into territory that might surprise, challenge, or truly engage the other person. I witnessed this phenomenon vividly at a professional conference. In one corner of the reception area, two attendees were engaged in what appeared to be a perfectly pleasant conversation. They covered all the standard topics: their work, the conference sessions, the weather, their travel experiences. They smiled at appropriate moments, nodded politely, and maintained comfortable eye contact. From all external signs, the interaction was going well. Yet 20 minutes later, when one of them stepped away, I overheard him struggling to remember the name of the person he'd just spent nearly half an hour talking with. Despite the technically successful exchange, nothing had stuck. Nothing had made the interaction or the person memorable. Across the room, a different dynamic was unfolding. A woman had just joined a small group, and rather than beginning with the standard "what do you do?" question, asked everyone, "What's something you're excited about right now that has nothing to do with work?" The energy in that circle immediately shifted. People stood up straighter, their eyes lit up, and within minutes, they were engaged in an animated discussion that ranged from community theater to urban gardening to vintage motorcycle restoration. Later, I noticed members of that group seeking each other out throughout the event, building on their initial connection. The woman who had asked the unexpected question was repeatedly introduced to others as someone they had to meet. What was the difference between these two scenarios? What quality did the second interaction possess that the first one lacked? The answer lies in a conversational attribute that separates truly engaging people from those who are merely pleasant, a quality that transforms ordinary exchanges into memorable connections and distinguishes you instantly from the crowd of forgettable conversationalists. But what exactly is this quality, and how can you develop it if playing it safe has become your default approach to social interaction. Beyond the comfort zone. We all carry an invisible boundary with us into every social situation, a line that separates what feels comfortable and safe from what feels risky or exposed. For most people, this boundary is drawn conservatively, keeping them well within the territory of conventional small talk and predictable exchanges. There are good reasons for this caution. From an evolutionary perspective, social rejection once carried serious survival consequences. Our brains are wired to avoid social risk, prioritizing safety and acceptance over authentic expression or deeper connection. This protective instinct served our ancestors well in close-knit tribal communities where ostracism could be a death sentence. But in our modern context, this same instinct often keeps us trapped in superficial interactions that neither satisfy our need for genuine connection nor make us memorable to others. We stay within the narrow confines of socially approved topics and approaches, having the same conversations over and over with different people, wondering why we feel disconnected despite being technically social. The antidote to this pattern, the quality that transforms ordinary conversations into extraordinary ones, is conversational boldness. This isn't about being loud, domineering, or inappropriately personal. It's not about shocking people or creating controversy for its own sake. Conversational boldness is the willingness to step thoughtfully beyond conventional boundaries in service of creating more authentic, engaging, and meaningful exchanges. It's the courage to be the first to go a little deeper, to ask the question others are thinking but hesitant to voice, to express a genuine opinion rather than an expected one, to show appropriate vulnerability when the moment calls for it. It's the willingness to risk a moment of potential awkwardness for the possibility of a genuine connection. This quality is so powerful because it's so rare. In a social landscape where most people carefully color within the lines, the person who thoughtfully ventures beyond them immediately stands out. They create openings for authentic exchange that others secretly crave but are often too cautious to initiate themselves. But conversational boldness isn't just about standing out. It's about creating the conditions for the kind of meaningful connection that makes interactions truly satisfying. By venturing beyond the script of conventional small talk, you open doors to discoveries, insights, and shared moments that wouldn't be possible otherwise. The paradox of social risk. One of the most surprising discoveries in social psychology research is what's known as the liking gap, the finding that people generally like us more than we think they do after interactions. This gap is even more pronounced when we take social risks. Studies consistently show that we overestimate the negative consequences of stepping outside social norms in conversation. We imagine rejection, judgment, or awkwardness that rarely materializes to the degree we fear. Meanwhile, we underestimate the positive impact of taking these small risks, the appreciation others feel when we break through the surface, the connection that forms when someone dares to be slightly more authentic than the situation strictly requires. This creates a fascinating paradox. The very conversational moves we avoid for fear of negative judgment are often the ones that would make us most likable and memorable to others. Consider the research on the pratfall effect, which demonstrates that showing minor imperfections or vulnerabilities actually increases likability rather than diminishing it. People who present themselves as flawlessly competent are often perceived as less approachable and relatable than those who occasionally show human vulnerability. This means that the small risks of conversational boldness, asking an unusual question, sharing a slightly vulnerable story, expressing a genuine but uncommon opinion, often yield rewards rather than penalties in terms of how others perceive us. Similarly, research on regret consistently shows that in the long term, people regret the social risks they didn't take far more than the ones they did. The awkward moment from an unsuccessful bold move fades quickly from memory, while the what-if of unexplored connections can linger for years. These findings suggest that our default social caution, while understandable, is often miscalibrated. We're playing it much safer than we need to, avoiding small risks that would likely pay off while ensuring that our conversations remain forgettably conventional. The good news is that conversational boldness is a skill that can be developed, not a fixed personality trait. Even if you've spent years playing it safe in social situations, you can gradually expand your comfort zone and discover the rewards of more courageous communication. Starting conversations, the first act of boldness. Perhaps the most fundamental form of conversational boldness is simply initiating, being the one who starts the exchange rather than waiting for others to approach you. This initial act of social courage sets the tone for everything that follows and immediately distinguishes you from the majority who wait passively for interaction to come to them. Many people avoid initiating conversations due to fears of intrusion or rejection. They worry that approaching someone new will be seen as bothersome, that their overture will be unwelcome, or that they'll be judged for their approach. These fears create a significant barrier to connection, as potential conversations never materialize because no one is willing to take the first step. The reality is that most people welcome friendly initiation. Human beings are fundamentally social creatures who desire connection, even if they're sometimes too shy or cautious to seek it out themselves. When you take the initiative to start a conversation thoughtfully and respectfully, you're often doing both yourself and the other person a favor. This doesn't mean barging into obvious private moments or forcing interaction on someone who's clearly not receptive. Conversational boldness always includes social awareness and respect for others' boundaries. But it does mean being willing to make the first move in situations where connection is appropriate, but no one is taking the lead. The key is starting with approaches that feel authentic to you rather than forced or artificial. This might be as simple as a comment on your shared environment. "These paintings are fascinating. Have you seen this artist's work before?" A friendly introduction. "I don't think we've met yet. I'm Alex." Or an observation that invites response. "It looks like they've completely redesigned this space since last year's event." What matters isn't the specific opener, but the willingness to initiate when others are hanging back. This simple act of social courage immediately sets you apart from the crowd and creates opportunities for connection that wouldn't exist if you waited for someone else to make the first move. Each time you successfully initiate a conversation, you build evidence that contradicts your fears. You discover that most people respond positively to friendly overtures, that rejection, when it occurs, is rarely personal or harsh, and that the rewards of connection far outweigh the momentary discomfort of making the first move. Over time, this evidence accumulates to create a new set of expectations about social initiation, one based on actual experience rather than anxious imagination. Approaching new people becomes less daunting and more natural, expanding your social possibilities exponentially. Beyond weather and work, the bold question. Once a conversation has begun, the next opportunity for boldness comes in how you guide it beyond the surface level of conventional small talk. While initial exchanges about work, weather, or other safe topics serve an important social function, establishing basic rapport and comfort, remaining at this level throughout an interaction virtually guarantees it will be forgettable. The bold conversationalist knows when and how to introduce questions that gently shift the exchange toward more meaningful territory. These aren't inappropriately personal inquiries or abrupt topic changes, but thoughtfully chosen questions that invite the other person to share something more substantive than their job title or opinion of the current temperature. For example, rather than asking the standard, "What do you do?" you might ask, "What part of your work do you find most engaging right now?" Instead of, "Have you been to this event before?" you could ask, "What's been your most interesting takeaway from the event so far?" These subtle shifts don't violate social norms, but they do create openings for more authentic and engaging responses. They signal that you're interested in more than just going through the motions of polite exchange. You're interested in the person behind the social mask. As rapport builds, you can introduce questions with even more depth. What's something you've changed your mind about in the last few years? Or, what's a skill or interest you've always wanted to develop but haven't gotten around to yet? Or, what's something you're looking forward to in the coming months? These bolder questions work because they assume the other person has interesting thoughts and experiences worth sharing, which most people find flattering. Break the monotony of predictable exchanges, which most people find refreshing. Create opportunities for authentic expression rather than scripted responses, which most people secretly crave. Signal that you're willing to go beyond surface-level interaction, which invites reciprocal openness. The key is calibrating these questions to the specific context and relationship. A question that would be appropriately bold with someone you've been chatting with for 15 minutes might be too forward as an opener with a complete stranger. Similarly, a question that works well in a casual social setting might feel out of place in a strictly professional context. This calibration isn't about rigid rules, but about developing sensitivity to social dynamics and boundaries. With practice, you develop an intuitive sense of when a conversation is ready to go deeper and which questions might facilitate that depth while still respecting the other person's comfort. Remember that the goal isn't to force intimacy or extract personal information, but to create openings for more meaningful exchange if the other person is receptive. If they respond to your bolder question with a brief or surface-level answer, that's valuable feedback. You can easily pivot back to more conventional territory without awkwardness. But more often than you might expect, people welcome these opportunities to discuss something more substantial than the weather. Many are simply waiting for permission to move beyond small talk, and your bold question provides exactly that. The courage of conviction, expressing real opinions. Perhaps the most common form of conversational safety playing is the habit of agreeing with whatever opinion is expressed, or offering only the most bland, uncontroversial perspectives on any topic. While this approach minimizes the risk of disagreement or judgment, it also ensures that you remain forgettable and that the conversation stays firmly in the shallow end. Conversational boldness includes the willingness to express genuine opinions, even when they might not be universally shared, in a respectful and thoughtful way. This doesn't mean being contrarian for its own sake or expressing every thought that crosses your mind, regardless of context. It means being authentic rather than automatically defaulting to what you think others want to hear. When someone shares a perspective on a film, a book, a current event, or a common experience, the bold response is to offer your actual thoughts rather than automatic agreement. If you genuinely agree, express why in specific terms rather than generic affirmation. If you have a different perspective, share it with respect for their view. That's interesting. I had a somewhat different take on it. I found that this willingness to express authentic opinions tactfully and without attacking others' views adds a dimension of genuineness to conversations that people find both refreshing and engaging. It transforms exchanges from parallel monologues, where everyone recites expected lines, to genuine dialogues where real perspectives are exchanged. The key is expressing opinions in ways that invite further discussion rather than shutting it down. This means acknowledging the validity of different perspectives rather than presenting your view as the only reasonable one. Using I statements that frame your opinion as your experience rather than universal truth. Expressing curiosity about others' thinking rather than dismissing views different from your own. Focusing on ideas rather than making judgments about the people who hold them. When done this way, expressing genuine opinions doesn't create conflict, it creates engagement. It signals that you're bringing your actual self to the conversation rather than just performing social niceties, which invites others to do the same. This authenticity is particularly powerful because it's so rare. In a social landscape where most people carefully avoid saying anything that might be even mildly controversial, the person who thoughtfully expresses real opinions immediately becomes more interesting and memorable. Of course, there are contexts where full expression of every opinion isn't appropriate or necessary. Conversational boldness includes discernment about when, where, and how to express authentic perspectives. But the default for most people leans so heavily toward excessive caution that even a small shift toward greater authenticity can dramatically transform the quality of their interactions. The calculated risk, appropriate vulnerability. Perhaps the most powerful form of conversational boldness is the willingness to show appropriate vulnerability, to share aspects of your experience that reveal you as a complete human being rather than a polished social performer. This doesn't mean oversharing intimate details with strangers or turning casual conversations into therapy sessions. It means being willing to occasionally step out from behind the facade of perfect competence and control that most people maintain in social situations. For example, if everyone is discussing career accomplishments, the bold move might be to acknowledge a professional challenge you're working through. If the conversation turns to travel, you might share not just the highlights of your trips, but also a moment of confusion or a mistake that led to an unexpected experience. These small moments of vulnerability create several powerful effects. They make you more relatable and approachable as others recognize their own humanity in your willingness to be imperfect. They give others implicit permission to be more authentic themselves, often leading to deeper and more meaningful exchange. They distinguish you from the majority who present only carefully curated versions of themselves in social situations. They create opportunities for genuine connection based on shared human experience rather than surface-level commonalities. Research consistently shows that appropriate self-disclosure, sharing personal experiences, thoughts, or feelings that go slightly beyond what's strictly required by the social context, accelerates the development of rapport and liking. The emphasis is on appropriate. The level of vulnerability should match the context, relationship, and stage of the interaction. In practice, this often means starting with smaller, lower-risk disclosures and gradually increasing depth as rapport builds. You might begin by sharing an honest reaction to a shared experience, then perhaps a minor challenge you're working through, before eventually discussing more significant aspects of your life or perspectives. The goal isn't to use vulnerability as a technique to manipulate others' perceptions, but to bring more of your authentic self to your interactions. When done with sincerity and appropriate boundaries, this form of boldness creates the conditions for the kind of genuine connection that makes conversations truly memorable and meaningful. The playful leap, humor, and spontaneity. Another dimension of conversational boldness is the willingness to be playful, to introduce humor or unexpected elements that break the predictable patterns of exchange. This might mean making a witty observation, suggesting a playful thought experiment, or responding to a conventional question in a creative way. This form of boldness is particularly effective because it introduces an element of surprise and delight into interactions that might otherwise remain firmly in the realm of the expected. It signals that you're willing to color outside the lines of conventional conversation, which immediately makes the exchange more engaging and memorable. For example, if someone asks what you do for work, the conventional response is a straightforward job description. The bold response might be something like, "Well, officially I'm a software developer, but some days it feels more like being a detective trying to solve mysteries left behind by programmers who have long since disappeared." This answer provides the requested information, but frames it in a way that's more engaging and likely to spark an interesting follow-up. Similarly, if a conversation has been focused on serious topics for a while, introducing an element of lighthearted speculation or a humorous observation can shift the energy in a positive direction. I wonder what alien anthropologists would make of this whole conference setup, or does anyone else feel like these chairs were designed by someone who's never actually sat down? These playful moments work because they break the expected pattern of exchange, creating a moment of surprise that captures attention. Signal creativity and spontaneity, qualities that most people find attractive in conversation partners. Shift the interaction from a formal exchange of information to a more enjoyable shared experience. Create opportunities for others to respond in kind, potentially unlocking their own playfulness. The key is ensuring that your playful boldness is appropriate to the context and relationship. What works at a casual social gathering might be out of place in a formal business meeting. Similarly, humor that would land well with close friends might need to be adjusted for new acquaintances. This doesn't mean suppressing your natural playfulness in more formal contexts, but rather finding appropriate expressions of it that respect the setting while still bringing a touch of unexpected delight to the interaction. Recovering from bold moves that miss. An essential aspect of conversational boldness is developing the resilience to recover gracefully when a bold move doesn't land as intended. Even the most socially skilled individuals occasionally make comments that fall flat, ask questions that don't resonate, or attempt humor that doesn't quite connect. The difference between those who develop true conversational boldness and those who retreat to permanent caution after a few missteps is how they handle these inevitable, awkward moments. The bold conversationalist doesn't catastrophize minor social missteps or see them as evidence of fundamental inadequacy. Maintains composure rather than becoming visibly flustered or apologetic. Pivots smoothly to another approach without drawing excessive attention to the awkward moment. Views these experiences as valuable feedback rather than failures, using them to refine their social judgment. Sometimes, the most bold and effective response to a conversational misstep is simply to acknowledge it lightly and move on. Well, that joke sounded funnier in my head, or perhaps that wasn't the most interesting question. Let me try again. This approach demonstrates a confidence that's actually more impressive than never making mistakes at all. It shows that you're secure enough to be imperfect without being devastated by it, a quality that most people find both relatable and attractive. Over time, this resilience creates a positive cycle. Because you're not paralyzed by the fear of occasional awkwardness, you're willing to take the small social risks that lead to more engaging and authentic conversations. These successful, bold moves build your confidence, making you even more willing to venture beyond conversational conventions in the future. Expanding your bold repertoire. Conversational boldness isn't a fixed trait, but a skill that develops through deliberate practice and gradual expansion of your comfort zone. The goal isn't to transform overnight from cautious to bold, but to progressively extend the boundaries of what feels comfortable and natural to you in social situations. This expansion works best when approached systematically, starting with lower-risk forms of boldness and gradually working up to more challenging ones as your confidence grows. For example, you might begin by practicing bolder openings in low-stakes situations, like commenting on something in your environment to someone in a checkout line or waiting room. As this becomes more comfortable, you could challenge yourself to initiate conversations with people at events or gatherings where socializing is expected but not automatic. From there, you might experiment with asking slightly deeper questions after establishing basic rapport, noticing how often these create more engaging exchanges. Eventually, you could practice expressing authentic opinions or showing appropriate vulnerability in contexts where you'd previously defaulted to agreement or surface-level sharing. Each successful experience builds evidence that contradicts your fears about social risk, gradually recalibrating your sense of what's actually dangerous versus what's merely outside your habitual comfort zone. It's helpful to keep a mental or even written record of these experiences, noting both the bold move you made and the actual outcome. Most people discover that the positive responses far outnumber the neutral or negative ones, and that even the failures are far less catastrophic than they feared. This evidence-gathering process is crucial because our brains have a natural negativity bias that gives more weight to perceived social failures than to successes. By consciously tracking outcomes, you create a more accurate picture of the actual risks and rewards of conversational boldness. Over time, what once felt like bold risk-taking gradually becomes your new normal. Questions that once seemed too deep become your standard way of moving beyond small talk. Initiating conversations shifts from a nerve-wracking challenge to a natural part of your social repertoire. Expressing authentic opinions or appropriate vulnerability transforms from a rare act of courage to your default approach to meaningful interaction. The three-dimensional conversationalist. As you develop greater conversational boldness, you become what might be called a three-dimensional conversationalist, someone who brings depth, authenticity, and unexpected elements to interactions rather than remaining on the flat surface of conventional exchange. This quality makes you not just more interesting, but more memorable. In a social landscape where most interactions follow predictable patterns and remain safely within established boundaries, the person who thoughtfully ventures beyond these constraints stands out immediately. But the benefits of conversational boldness extend far beyond simply being remembered. By creating openings for more authentic and engaging exchange, you transform the quality of your social experience. Conversations become more energizing than depleting, more meaningful than perfunctory, more connected than isolated. You also discover aspects of others that would remain hidden in conventional small talk. The colleague you thought you knew reveals a passion for astronomy when you ask about interests outside of work. The quiet person at a social gathering turns out to have fascinating perspectives when you create space for deeper discussion. The seemingly different individual shares surprising common ground when you venture beyond surface-level topics. Perhaps most importantly, conversational boldness allows you to be more fully yourself in your interactions rather than constantly editing and filtering to stay within perceived social constraints. This authenticity is not only liberating, but also attractive. People are drawn to those who have the courage to be genuine in a social landscape often dominated by performance and pretense. The path to developing this quality isn't always smooth. There will be awkward moments, misjudged approaches, and times when your boldness doesn't receive the response you hoped for. But these experiences are the necessary price of growth, the temporary discomfort that leads to expanded capability and connection. The alternative, remaining safely within the boundaries of conventional small talk, might seem less risky in the moment, but it exacts a higher price over time. Forgettable interactions, missed connections, and the nagging sense that your social experiences could be more meaningful than they are. Conversational boldness offers a different possibility, the opportunity to create interactions that energize rather than deplete, that reveal rather than conceal, that connect rather than merely contact. It's the difference between being a forgettable participant in predictable exchanges and being a memorable creator of genuine connection. As you continue to develop this quality, you'll discover that what once felt like risky boldness gradually becomes your natural approach to conversation. The boundaries of your comfort zone expand, allowing you to bring more of yourself to your interactions and to invite more authentic engagement from others. But even as you master the art of conversational boldness, there's another dimension of engaging interaction that remains to be explored, a quality so magnetic that it transforms not just individual exchanges, but your entire social presence. This elusive attribute combines everything we've discussed so far into something greater than the sum of its parts, creating an effect that draws others to you before you've even spoken a word. What is this mysterious quality that represents the pinnacle of conversational mastery? And how can you develop it in your own interactions? In our final chapter, we'll explore the element that brings together all the skills we've discussed into a unified whole, the ultimate expression of conversational artistry that makes you not just engaging, but truly irresistible in any social context. The answer lies not in any single technique or approach, but in something more fundamental, a quality that radiates from within and transforms how others experience your presence even before a single word is exchanged. Chapter 9, Charisma. Some people enter a room and nothing changes. Others enter the same room and everything changes. You've met them before. Those rare individuals who seem to possess an almost magnetic quality. They aren't necessarily the loudest, the most attractive, or even the most accomplished people in the room. Yet somehow, they're the ones everyone wants to talk to, the ones whose opinions carry unusual weight, the ones people remember long after the interaction ends. What is this mysterious quality that sets these individuals apart? What invisible force allows them to connect so effortlessly, to make others feel simultaneously energized and at ease, to transform ordinary exchanges into memorable moments? For centuries, this quality was considered an innate gift, something you either had or didn't. The ancient Greeks called it the divine gift, believing it was bestowed by the gods upon a chosen few. Throughout history, it's been described as an almost magical attribute that defies explanation or acquisition. But what if this assumption is wrong? What if this seemingly magical quality isn't a gift at all, but a skill, or more accurately, a set of skills that anyone can develop with the right understanding and practice? I first began questioning the born with it theory of this quality when I observed two political candidates at a local event. The first had all the traditional markers of leadership: impressive credentials, extensive knowledge, and a commanding physical presence. Yet when he worked the room, interactions felt stiff and forgettable. People nodded politely, but didn't linger. The second candidate lacked the same impressive resume. She was neither particularly tall nor loud. But as she moved through the crowd, something remarkable happened. People leaned toward her when she spoke. Conversations that began as brief greetings extended into engaged exchanges. Even those who disagreed with her positions seemed drawn to her presence. What was the difference? It wasn't policy knowledge, or speaking volume, or physical stature. It was something more fundamental, something in how she connected with each person, how she used her attention, how she made others feel in her presence. This quality, this ability to connect deeply and memorably with others, is what we call charisma. And contrary to popular belief, it's not a mysterious gift bestowed upon a lucky few. It's a learnable skill that transforms how others experience you in conversation and beyond. But what exactly is charisma? And more importantly, how can you develop it if it doesn't come naturally to you? Beyond the myth of the natural, the most persistent myth about charisma is that it's an inborn trait, that charismatic people emerged from the womb with an innate ability to captivate others. This belief is not only discouraging for those who don't consider themselves naturally charismatic, it's also demonstrably false. Research in social psychology has repeatedly shown that charisma is not a single inborn trait, but a constellation of behaviors and habits that create a particular effect on others. These behaviors can be identified, understood, and most importantly, learned and practiced by anyone willing to put in the effort. This discovery is revolutionary because it means that charisma isn't a mysterious quality reserved for a select few. It's an achievable skill set that can transform how you connect with others and how they experience you, whether in one-on-one conversations, group settings, or even public speaking contexts. The truth is that even those who seem naturally charismatic are actually employing specific behaviors and approaches. They're just doing it unconsciously, often having learned these patterns early in life through observation and positive reinforcement. What looks effortless is actually the result of thousands of hours of social practice, just as a professional athlete's natural grace comes from countless hours of training. The good news is that you don't have to rely on chance or childhood conditioning to develop charisma. By understanding the components of charismatic interaction and deliberately practicing them, you can develop this quality systematically rather than hoping to stumble upon it accidentally. This deliberate approach often produces even stronger results than natural charisma because it's based on conscious understanding rather than unconscious habit. You know not just what works, but why it works, allowing you to adapt your approach to different contexts and relationships rather than relying on a one-size-fits-all charismatic style. The three pillars of charismatic presence. At its core, charisma emerges from the intersection of three fundamental qualities: warmth, confidence, and presence. When these three elements come together in your interactions, they create an effect that others experience as charismatic. Warmth is the quality that makes others feel valued, appreciated, and safe in your company. It's communicated through genuine smiles, affirming words, attentive listening, and expressions of empathy and care. Without warmth, confidence can come across as arrogance, and presence as intensity. Warmth is what makes your charisma inviting rather than intimidating. Confidence is the quality that signals you're comfortable in your own skin and trust your own worth. It's expressed through clear speech, composed body language, willingness to take up appropriate space, and absence of approval-seeking behaviors. Without confidence, warmth can seem desperate, and presence can feel anxious. Confidence is what gives your charisma substance and weight. Presence is the quality of being fully engaged in the current moment and interaction. It's demonstrated through undivided attention, responsive listening, and an unhurried manner that makes others feel they have your complete focus. Without presence, warmth can feel superficial, and confidence can seem disconnected. Presence is what makes your charisma feel authentic and meaningful. These three qualities work together synergistically. Each enhances the others, and a deficiency in any one undermines the overall effect. Someone who projects confidence and presence but lacks warmth might be respected but not liked. Someone with warmth and presence but no confidence might be appreciated but not influential. Someone with warmth and confidence but no presence might make a positive initial impression but fail to create lasting connection. True charisma emerges when all three qualities are present in your interactions. The good news is that each of these qualities can be developed through specific practices and habits. You don't need to be born with any of them. You can systematically cultivate all three through deliberate attention and consistent application. The gift of complete attention. If there's a single habit that most distinguishes charismatic individuals, it's their ability to give complete, undivided attention to the person they're speaking with. In a world of constant distraction where partial attention has become the norm, the gift of your full focus has become increasingly rare and valuable. This quality of attention goes beyond simply maintaining eye contact or nodding at appropriate moments. It involves being genuinely present with the other person, setting aside your internal distractions, your urge to plan what you'll say next, your impulse to check your phone, and your tendency to scan the room for more interesting prospects. When you give someone your complete attention, several powerful things happen. They feel valued and important, which creates an immediate positive association with your presence. They open up more fully, sharing thoughts and feelings they might otherwise keep to themselves. They remember the interaction more vividly and positively than exchanges where they received only partial attention. They develop greater trust in you, sensing that you're genuinely interested rather than simply going through the motions. This quality of attention is so powerful because it's become so rare. In a social landscape where divided attention is the norm, the person who can consistently offer their complete focus stands out immediately. It's as if everyone else is offering a diluted version of themselves while you're present at full strength. Developing this habit begins with awareness of your current attention patterns. Notice when your mind wanders during conversations. Observe your impulse to check your phone or look around the room. Recognize when you're listening to respond rather than listening to understand. Once you're aware of these patterns, you can begin to shift them through deliberate practice. When someone is speaking, make a conscious decision to focus completely on understanding them rather than planning your response. Position yourself to minimize visual distractions. Turn toward the person, perhaps with your back to busy areas if you're in a crowded setting. Put away your phone completely rather than just placing it face down, where it still exerts a pull on your attention. If you notice your mind wandering, gently bring it back to the person and the conversation without judging yourself. This practice of complete attention might feel effortful at first, especially if you've developed habits of divided focus. But with consistency, it becomes more natural, and the results, in terms of connection and impact, are immediate and profound. The name and details effect. One of the most powerful demonstrations of charismatic attention is remembering and using people's names and personal details they've shared with you. This simple practice creates an almost disproportionate positive impression because it signals that the person made enough of an impact on you to be remembered, that they matter to you. The effect is so strong that Dale Carnegie famously wrote, "A person's name is to that person the sweetest and most important sound in any language." Research has consistently supported this observation, showing that hearing our name activates brain regions associated with both attention and pleasure. Beyond names, remembering specific details about someone, their interests, experiences, family members, or previous conversations creates an even stronger impression of care and connection. When you ask about their daughter's piano recital, or remember they were planning a trip to Portugal, you demonstrate that you were not only listening, but found them memorable enough to retain that information. This practice is powerful precisely because it's uncommon. Most people are so focused on themselves during interactions that they barely register others' names, let alone personal details. When you consistently remember and reference these specifics, you immediately distinguish yourself as someone who pays attention in a deeper way. Developing this habit involves both attention and technique. When you're introduced to someone, make a conscious effort to register their name. Repeat it immediately in your response. "It's great to meet you, Michael." Look for opportunities to use their name naturally during the conversation. "What brings you to this event, Michael?" Or, "I agree with what Michael was saying about." Make mental notes of significant details they share, not just facts, but things that seem emotionally important to them. Before meeting someone again, take a moment to recall what you know about them and any previous conversations you've had. If you struggle with remembering names, as many do, develop systems to support your memory, associations, visualizations, or even discrete notes after the interaction. The goal isn't perfect recall of every detail about every person you meet. It's making a consistent effort to remember what matters to the people who matter to you. Even remembering one significant detail about someone creates a positive impression that sets you apart from the majority who remain self-focused. The language of your body. Long before you speak a word, your body is communicating, sending signals about your confidence, warmth, and engagement that others register both consciously and unconsciously. Charismatic individuals understand this silent language and use it to create positive impressions and connections. The most fundamental aspect of charismatic body language is openness, positioning yourself in ways that signal approachability and engagement rather than defensiveness or disinterest. This includes an upright but relaxed posture that projects confidence without tension, uncrossed arms that signal openness rather than defensiveness, a body orientation that faces toward the person you're speaking with, appropriate physical proximity that signals engagement without invasion. Equally important is expressiveness, using your face, hands, and body to add emphasis and emotion to your words. Charismatic people tend to be more animated than average, with facial expressions that reflect genuine emotional engagement and gestures that complement and enhance their verbal message. Perhaps most subtle, but equally powerful, is the quality of responsiveness in your body language, the way you physically react to what others say and do. This includes nodding to show understanding, leaning in slightly when they share something important, and mirroring some aspects of their expression and posture to create a sense of synchrony. These elements of body language aren't about performing or creating a false impression. They're about allowing your physical self to fully participate in the connection you're creating. When your body language aligns with your words and intentions, you create a sense of congruence that others experience as authentic and compelling. Developing more charismatic body language begins with awareness of your current patterns. Notice how you typically stand or sit in social situations. Observe what happens with your arms, hands, and facial expressions when you're engaged versus when you're uncomfortable. Pay attention to how your physical presence changes in different contexts and with different people. From this awareness, you can begin making small adjustments. Practice an open, confident posture until it becomes your default stance. Experiment with more expressive gestures and facial animations when speaking. Notice and gently adjust when you find yourself in closed positions, arms crossed, body turned away. Develop the habit of physically responding to others with nods, smiles, and appropriate expressions. These adjustments might feel self-conscious at first, but with practice, they become natural extensions of your engagement rather than calculated techniques. The goal isn't to create a performance, but to remove the physical barriers that might be inhibiting your natural expressiveness and connection. The voice of charisma. Beyond what you say, how you say it dramatically impacts how others experience you. Charismatic individuals use their voices as instruments of connection, varying tone, pace, volume, and emphasis to create engagement and convey both meaning and emotion effectively. Several vocal qualities contribute to charismatic speech. Clarity, speaking distinctly without mumbling or trailing off at the ends of sentences. Pacing, varying your speed, slowing down for important points, speeding up for exciting narratives. Using a warm, resonant tone rather than a flat or harsh one. Volume, speaking audibly without shouting, and varying volume for emphasis. Expressiveness, allowing your voice to reflect the emotion behind your words. Perhaps most important is the quality of animation in your speech, the sense that you're genuinely engaged with what you're saying rather than reciting words by rote. This quality is immediately apparent to listeners and dramatically affects how they receive your message. Developing a more charismatic voice begins with becoming aware of your current speaking patterns. Many people are surprised when they hear recordings of themselves, realizing they speak more quickly, quietly, or monotonously than they imagined. This awareness is the first step toward positive change. From there, you can practice specific vocal habits. Speak slightly more slowly than feels natural, especially when making important points. End statements with downward rather than upward inflections to convey confidence. Eliminate filler words, like, that undermine your authority. Vary your tone and pace to create interest and emphasis. Pause briefly before important points to create anticipation. These practices aren't about creating an artificial speaking style, but about removing the habits that diminish your natural expressiveness and impact. With practice, these adjustments become integrated into your natural speech patterns, enhancing your ability to connect and influence without conscious effort. The empathy effect. Charismatic individuals possess a remarkable ability to tune into others' emotional states and respond appropriately, a quality often described as empathy. This capacity to understand and acknowledge others' feelings creates an immediate sense of connection and validation that people find deeply compelling. Empathy in conversation takes many forms. Recognizing emotional cues in others' expressions, tone, and body language. Acknowledging feelings before addressing content. That sounds really frustrating. Adjusting your approach based on the other person's emotional state. Validating others' experiences, even when they differ from your own. This empathetic quality is particularly powerful because it addresses one of our most fundamental human needs, the need to be seen and understood. When you demonstrate that you not only hear someone's words, but also grasp the feelings behind them, you create a connection that goes beyond intellectual exchange to emotional recognition. Developing greater empathetic capacity begins with attention, noticing the emotional undertones in others' communications rather than focusing exclusively on the factual content. Are they excited, concerned, hesitant, proud? These emotional currents often carry more meaning than the words themselves. Once you've recognized these emotional elements, the key is acknowledging them in your response. This doesn't mean psychoanalyzing the person or making grand pronouncements about their feelings. It means simply reflecting what you observe in a supportive way. You seem really excited about this project, or that situation sounds incredibly challenging. This acknowledgement creates space for the other person to either confirm your perception or clarify their feelings. Either way, they experience being seen in a deeper way than in ordinary conversation, where emotional content is often overlooked in favor of factual exchange. With practice, this empathetic responsiveness becomes more intuitive and natural. You develop an almost automatic awareness of others' emotional states and the ability to acknowledge them in ways that create connection without overstepping boundaries. The positivity principle. One of the most consistent findings in research on charisma is the power of positive emotion. Charismatic individuals tend to express and evoke positive feelings more frequently than average, creating an emotional climate that others find both pleasant and energizing. This positivity takes several forms: expressing genuine enthusiasm and passion when discussing topics that excite you, offering sincere appreciation and recognition of others' qualities and contributions, finding humor and lightness even in challenging situations, focusing on possibilities and solutions rather than problems and limitations. The effect of this positive orientation is both immediate and cumulative. In the moment, it makes interactions more enjoyable and engaging. Over time, it creates association between your presence and positive feelings, making others more eager to connect with you in the future. This doesn't mean presenting an artificially sunny disposition or ignoring genuine problems. Authentic positivity acknowledges challenges while maintaining a constructive orientation toward them. It's not blind optimism, but resilient hopefulness, the ability to see possibilities even in difficult circumstances. Developing this positive orientation begins with attention to your current emotional habits. Notice how often you express enthusiasm versus complaint, appreciation versus criticism, possibility versus limitation. Become aware of your default emotional tone in different contexts and relationships. From this awareness, you can begin shifting toward more constructive patterns. Look for opportunities to express genuine appreciation for others. Practice finding the constructive potential in challenging situations. Develop the habit of expressing enthusiasm when you feel it rather than muting your positive emotions. Balance necessary criticism with recognition of what's working well. Again, the goal isn't artificial positivity, but a more balanced emotional expression that includes the full range of your positive reactions rather than defaulting to neutral or negative ones. Most people experience more positive emotions than they express. Charismatic individuals allow these positive feelings to be visible and contagious. The storytelling advantage. Perhaps no skill is more closely associated with charismatic communication than the ability to transform information into narrative, to tell stories that engage, illuminate, and inspire. Charismatic individuals instinctively understand that the human brain is wired for narrative in a way it isn't for abstract information or logical argument. This storytelling capacity operates at multiple levels, framing even simple experiences as mini-narratives with a beginning, middle, and end, using concrete details and sensory language that help listeners visualize what you're describing, including emotional elements that help others connect with the meaning of the experience, structuring information in ways that create curiosity and resolution. The power of this approach lies in how the human mind processes information. Studies consistently show that information presented in narrative form is both more engaging in the moment and more memorable afterward than the same information presented as abstract facts or concepts. Developing your storytelling capacity begins with recognizing opportunities to use narrative even in everyday conversation. Instead of saying, "I had a good weekend," you might say, "I finally tried that new hiking trail on Saturday. Started out thinking I'd just go a mile or two, but it was so beautiful, I ended up spending the whole afternoon exploring. The second approach invites the listener into an experience rather than just stating a fact. From there, you can develop more specific storytelling skills. Practice, including sensory details that help others visualize what you're describing. Develop the habit of noting the emotional dimension of experiences so you can include it in your telling. Look for the narrative arc in your experiences, the challenge, turning point, or discovery that gives the story shape. Pay attention to pacing, building in pauses and emphasis at key moments. These storytelling habits transform even ordinary exchanges into more engaging and memorable interactions. They help others not just understand your experiences, but feel connected to them, creating a sense of shared reality that strengthens relationship and influence. The consistency factor. Perhaps the most overlooked aspect of charisma is consistency, the alignment between your various expressions and actions across different contexts and over time. Charismatic individuals demonstrate congruence between their words, tone, body language, and actions, creating a sense of authentic integrity that others find trustworthy and compelling. This consistency operates in several dimensions. Internal consistency. Your words, tone, facial expressions, and body language all convey the same message rather than contradicting each other. Contextual consistency. You maintain your core qualities across different settings and relationships rather than being a completely different person in each context. Temporal consistency. Your behavior today aligns with your behavior yesterday and your promises about tomorrow, creating a sense of reliability and integrity. This consistency is powerful because it addresses one of the primary ways humans assess trustworthiness. We look for alignment between different signals and for stability over time. When someone's words say one thing, but their tone or body language suggests another, we instinctively trust the nonverbal cues over the verbal ones. When someone behaves completely differently in different contexts, we question which version is the real person. Developing greater consistency begins with self-awareness, noticing when your various expressions are aligned and when they're in conflict. Are you saying "I'm fine" when your tone and expression suggest otherwise? Are you claiming to be interested while your body language signals disengagement? These incongruences, even when subtle, undermine your charismatic impact. From this awareness, you can work toward greater alignment. Practice expressing your actual thoughts and feelings appropriately, rather than saying what you think you should. Notice when you're tempted to present a completely different persona in different contexts, and consider whether you can maintain more of your authentic self across settings. Make only promises you intend to keep and follow through consistently on commitments. This consistency isn't about rigidity or refusing to adapt to different situations. It's about maintaining your core authentic qualities while adjusting your expression appropriately to context. The charismatic individual is adaptable without being chameleon-like, flexible without being inconsistent. The practice of presence. Everything we've discussed so far, attention, body language, vocal quality, empathy, positivity, storytelling, and consistency, comes together in what might be called the practice of presence. This is the art of bringing your full, authentic self to each interaction, moment by moment, rather than operating on autopilot or through habitual social scripts. This quality of presence is what transforms technically correct social behavior into genuinely charismatic connection. It's the difference between mechanically asking, "How are you?" while thinking about something else, and asking the same question with genuine curiosity and attention. It's the gap between going through the motions of listening and being fully engaged with what you're hearing. Developing this capacity for presence begins with recognizing when you're absent, when you're physically in a conversation but mentally elsewhere, when you're performing social behaviors without genuine engagement, when you're rushing through an interaction rather than fully experiencing it. From this awareness, you can practice bringing yourself back to the present moment and the person in front of you. When you notice your mind wandering during a conversation, Gently bring your attention back to the person speaking. Before entering a social situation, take a moment to set an intention to be fully present. During interactions, periodically check in with yourself. Am I really here, or am I just going through the motions? Practice being fully engaged with routine interactions, with service people, colleagues, family members, rather than treating them as transactions to complete. This practice of presence isn't about perfect performance. Everyone's mind wanders, and everyone has moments of distraction. It's about noticing these lapses and gently returning to full engagement rather than allowing absence to become your default state. With consistent practice, this capacity for presence becomes more natural and sustained. You find yourself able to stay engaged for longer periods without distraction, to bring more of yourself to each interaction, and to experience connections more vividly and satisfyingly. The integration from techniques to transformation. As you develop the various elements of charismatic presence, attention, memory, body language, vocal quality, empathy, positivity, storytelling, consistency, and presence, something remarkable begins to happen. What started as separate techniques gradually integrate into a unified way of being with others. This integration transforms charisma from something you do to something you embody. Rather than thinking, I should make eye contact now, or this would be a good moment to tell a story, you find yourself naturally engaging in these behaviors as authentic expressions of your connection with the other person. This shift from technique to embodiment is the ultimate goal of charisma development. While conscious practice of specific skills is necessary at the beginning, the end result isn't a collection of performed behaviors, but a transformed way of relating to others that feels natural and authentic. This integration happens through consistent practice over time. Each charismatic behavior you practice repeatedly becomes more automatic and natural, requiring less conscious effort and attention. Eventually, these behaviors become your default way of interacting rather than techniques you have to remember to implement. The process is similar to learning any complex skill, from driving a car to playing a musical instrument. At first, each component requires conscious attention and feels somewhat mechanical. With practice, the separate elements begin to flow together into a unified experience that feels natural and even effortless. This doesn't mean you'll never use conscious technique again. Even the most naturally charismatic individuals sometimes find themselves in situations that challenge their default capacities, when they're extremely tired, under unusual stress, or in unfamiliar contexts. In these moments, the ability to consciously employ specific charismatic behaviors serves as a valuable backup to your integrated charismatic presence. But for most interactions, your goal is to move beyond technique to embodiment, to become the kind of person who naturally engages with warmth, confidence, and presence, rather than someone who performs charismatic behaviors. This integrated charisma is both more authentic to experience and more powerful in its effect on others. The daily practice, building your charismatic habits. The journey from understanding charisma to embodying it requires consistent practice in real-world situations. While reading about these principles is valuable, only through application do they become integrated into your natural way of being with others. The most effective approach is to focus on developing 1 or 2 charismatic habits at a time rather than trying to transform everything at once. This focused practice allows you to give adequate attention to each element until it becomes natural before moving on to the next. You might begin with the foundation of attentive presence, practicing giving your complete attention to each person you speak with throughout the day. Once this habit becomes more natural, you could add a focus on expressive body language or vocal variety or empathetic response. To support this focused practice, consider creating a simple tracking system, perhaps a note on your phone or a small journal where you record your daily practice focus and brief reflections on how it went. This accountability helps maintain consistency and allows you to see your progress over time. It's also valuable to identify specific situations in your daily life that can serve as practice opportunities. These might include brief interactions with service people, baristas, cashiers, etc. Regular check-ins with colleagues or team members, family conversations at the beginning or end of the day, social gatherings where you'll meet new people, regular meetings or appointments with familiar contacts. By approaching these everyday interactions as opportunities to practice specific charismatic habits, you transform routine exchanges into meaningful practice sessions. Over time, these accumulated moments of practice create substantial shifts in your default way of connecting with others. Remember that the goal isn't perfect performance, but consistent practice. Some days will go better than others. Some habits will develop more quickly than others. What matters is the ongoing commitment to growth and the willingness to keep practicing even when progress seems slow or uneven. The charismatic life, beyond technique to transformation. As you continue developing and integrating the elements of charisma, something profound begins to happen. What started as an effort to improve your conversational skills gradually transforms your entire experience of social connection. Interactions that once felt draining begin to energize you. Conversations that once seemed like performances become opportunities for genuine exchange. Relationships that were once superficial develop greater depth and meaning. This transformation occurs because true charisma isn't just about how others perceive you, it's about how you experience connection yourself. When you're fully present, genuinely engaged, and authentically expressed, social interaction becomes more rewarding for you as well as for others. You begin to discover aspects of people that would have remained hidden in more superficial exchanges. You create spaces where others feel safe to share their genuine thoughts and feelings rather than just social performances. You build relationships based on authentic connection rather than impression management. Perhaps most importantly, you discover that charisma isn't something you turn on for important occasions or specific people. It becomes your natural way of being in the world. The barista at your local coffee shop experiences the same quality of attention and warmth as your closest friends. The new acquaintance at a social event receives the same genuine interest as a longtime colleague. This consistency isn't about performing the same way in every context. It's about bringing the same authentic core self to each interaction while adapting your expression appropriately to the specific relationship and situation. It's about being fully yourself with everyone you meet, adjusted for context but never false or performative. As this integrated charisma becomes your default way of being, you'll notice ripple effects throughout your life. Professional opportunities emerge as others are drawn to your authentic presence. Friendships deepen as people feel truly seen and valued in your company. Even brief interactions take on greater meaning and satisfaction as you bring your full self to each moment of connection. The ultimate secret: it's not about you. After exploring all these elements of charismatic presence, we arrive at what might be called the ultimate secret of true charisma. It's not actually about you at all. While developing charisma involves working on your attention, expression, and presence, the focus of charisma is always outward, on the other person, and the connection between you. Charismatic individuals aren't thinking about how they're coming across or what impression they're making. They're fully engaged with the person in front of them, genuinely curious about their experience, authentically present in the shared moment. This outward focus is what distinguishes true charisma from its counterfeit, charm that's actually a form of performance or manipulation. When your primary concern is how you're being perceived, your attention is divided between the other person and your own self-monitoring. This division is subtly but definitely felt by others, creating a sense of inauthenticity that undermines true connection. The paradox is that by focusing less on yourself and more on the person you're with, you actually become more charismatic. Your attention is undivided, your responses are more genuine, and your presence is more complete. You create the conditions for real connection rather than just impressive performance. This shift from self-focus to other focus is perhaps the most challenging aspect of developing true charisma, particularly in a culture that encourages constant self-monitoring and impression management. It requires a fundamental trust that by being fully present with others, you'll create more meaningful connections than by carefully managing how you come across. This trust develops gradually as you experience the results of this approach. You discover that when you're genuinely engaged with others rather than focused on yourself, connections deepen, conversations flow more naturally, and both you and the other person leave the interaction feeling more satisfied and energized. Over time, this outward focus becomes your default orientation in social situations. Rather than entering interactions wondering, "How am I doing?" or "What impression am I making?" you naturally think, "Who is this person?" and "What might we discover together?" This shift transforms not just how others experience you, but how you experience social connection itself. The journey continues, from charisma to connection. As we conclude our exploration of conversational mastery, it's worth reflecting on the journey we've taken together. We began with the fundamental skills of engaging conversation, asking thoughtful questions, making insightful observations, expressing authentic perspectives, using appropriate humor, maintaining momentum, and creating balance. We then explored the inner dimensions that support these skills, the confidence to express yourself fully, and the boldness to venture beyond conversational conventions. Finally, we've examined the integrated quality of charismatic presence that brings all these elements together into a unified way of being with others. Throughout this journey, we've been moving toward a single destination: genuine human connection. Every skill, strategy, and practice we've explored serves this ultimate purpose, creating the conditions for authentic engagement between yourself and others. This focus on connection rather than performance is what distinguishes truly masterful conversation from mere social technique. The goal isn't to impress or manipulate, but to connect, to create moments of genuine human recognition where both you and the other person feel seen, heard, and valued. As you continue developing your conversational abilities beyond the pages of this book, keep this purpose at the center of your practice. Ask yourself not "How can I appear more interesting or impressive?" but "How can I create more meaningful connection in this interaction?" This orientation toward connection rather than performance will guide your development more effectively than any specific technique or strategy. It will help you discern which approaches feel authentic to you and which create the kind of exchanges you truly value. It will transform conversation from something you do to something you experience, from a skill to be mastered to a relationship to be lived. The journey toward conversational mastery is ongoing. There is always more to discover, more to practice, more to integrate. But with each step you take, each skill you develop, each moment of genuine connection you create, you move further from the realm of boring, forgettable small talk and closer to the rich, rewarding exchanges that make social life meaningful. The ultimate measure of your success won't be how impressed others are with your conversational abilities, but how often you leave interactions feeling genuinely connected to the person you've been speaking with, and how often they leave feeling the same about you. This mutual experience of authentic engagement is the true goal of everything we've explored together. As you close this book and return to your daily interactions, carry with you not just techniques and strategies, but a renewed commitment to genuine connection. In a world increasingly dominated by superficial exchanges and digital distractions, your willingness to be fully present, authentically expressed, and genuinely engaged with others is perhaps the greatest gift you can offer, to them and to yourself. The art of never being boring in conversation isn't ultimately about being clever or impressive or entertaining. It's about being real, bringing your full, authentic self to each interaction and creating space for others to do the same. Yet, even as you master these connection skills, you may occasionally find yourself struggling to articulate your thoughts quickly enough in high-pressure situations. Those moments when your mind goes blank during an important meeting, or when you can't find the right words fast enough in a crucial conversation. What separates those who stumble from those who shine in these moments isn't natural talent, but a specific set of mental frameworks that few people ever discover. To truly maximize your conversational mastery and eliminate those moments of mental freeze, you'll need the powerful techniques revealed in the audiobook, Speak Like a Genius: How to Think Fast Before You Speak. Tap the center of the video now to continue your transformation journey.